kadana lain bihi berdaira Kekut apakah Tanya penara
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kepada Bapak Ibu dosen dan adik-adik mahasiswa, sesuai dengan instruksi Pak Dekan agar bangku di depan diisi terlebih dahulu. Iya. Ayo adik-adik mahasiswa kita maju ke depan, diisi dulu bangku yang kosong di depannya. Acara akan kita mulai sebentar lagi. Bapak Ibu, boleh diisi saja di depan, maju ke depan lagi bangkunya untuk dipenuhi. Ayo mari Bapak Ibu, agar kita dapat segera memulai acara kita pada pagi hari ini. Adik-adik mahasiswa juga silakan mengisi bangkunya yang di depannya yang kosong ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, respected participants, and esteemed attendees, welcome to IST 2023, the International Conference on Applied Engineering, Sciences, Technology, and Innovation. I am Abdurrahman Rido, your Master of Ceremonies for this prestigious event. Today, we are honored to have with us some of the most esteemed individuals in the field, consisted of the Dean of Faculty of Engineering of Universitas Teguh Umar, Dr. Irwansyah. We are also privileged to have with us today the Acting Regent of Aceh Barat, Dr. Andes Mahdi Effendi, and the esteemed Rector of Universitas Teguh Umar, Professor Dr. Ishak. Furthermore, our event is graced by an outstanding lineup of keynote speakers who have made remarkable contributions to the realm of applied engineering, sciences, technology, and innovation. We would like to welcome Professor Dr. Syam Siddiq from Universitas Syah Kuala, Associate Professor Huang Chi-Yuan from the National Central University in Taiwan, Dr. Nguyen Minh Tien from Da Nang University in Vietnam, Dr. Muhammad Aziz from the University of Tokyo, and Associate Professor Dr. Ahmad Faisal bin Muhammad Ayub from the University of Malaysia, Terengganu. We are thrilled to embark on this intellectual journey with all of you and look forward to the enriching discussions and insight that IST 2023 will undoubtedly bring. Thank you for gracing with us with your presence, and let's get this conference started. Ladies and gentlemen, before we commence our proceedings, I would like to request your kind attention for the recitation of a sacred passage from the Holy Quran. This recitation will be performed in the spirit of reverence and reflection, underscoring the values of unity and understanding that are at the heart of our gathering today. Please let us all join in quiet contemplation as we listen to this recitation.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ادع إلى سبيل ربك بالحكمة والموعظة الحسنة وجادلهم بالتي هي أحسن إن ربك هو أعلم بمن ضل عن سبيله وهو أعلم بالمهتدين وإن عاقبتم فعاقبوا بمثل ما عوقبتم به ولئن صبرتم لهو خير للصابرين واصبر وما صبرك إلا بالله ولا تحزن عليهم ولا تحزن عليهم ولا تك في ضيق مما يمكرون صدق الله العظيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Khairul Hadi. Ladies and gentlemen, after the solemn recitation, we are now ready to move forward to the next segment of our program. In a celebration of our cultural diversity and unity, We will begin with the singing of the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Please, I kindly invite you all to rise as we pay our respects to our beloved nation through the singing of our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Following that, we will continue by honoring the rich cultural heritage of Aceh with the rendition of the hymn of Aceh. Please remain standing as we embrace the beautiful melodies of Aceh. Thank you, and let us now proceed with this significant part of our event.
Mo Aceh Yong Kenebah Raja Sigap membina bangsa Mulia Nanggro Mulia Dum Syuhada Metuah Bijai Aceh Mulia Ya Tuhanku, rahmat bersampo, negeri Acehnya bermulia. Rahmat melimpah, menjuah asa, areh kekamo bersejahtera. Aceh masyhur makmur megah, sabeda jaga Aceh mulia. Berkadun Aceh melimpah bago, bersaho mesyedara. Bersepakat bersabohnya menemat syariat Islam ke hukum bangsa. Ya Tuhanku, rahmat bersampo, negeri Acehnya bermulia. Rahmat melimpah, menjuah asa, makmur muda, sabda jaga Aceh mulia. Aceh musuh makmur muda, sabda jaga Aceh mulia.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your participation. Please feel free to take your seats once again as we continue with the rest of our program. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward with our program, it's time to immerse ourselves in the captivating world of the traditional culture. In just a moment, we will have a privilege of witnessing the enchanting Ranup Lampuan dance. I kindly request you to direct your attention to the stage, where our talented performers will bring to life the grace and beauty of this Acehnes cultural treasure. Without further ado, let's embark on this mesmerizing journey as we experience Ranup Lampuan dance. Enjoy the performance. Ladies and gentlemen, our program continues to unfold, and the next segment is a significant one. We will now move on to the IST 2023 Committee Chair Report, which will be presented by Dr. Isyatur Razia. Dr. Isyatur Razia has been at the forefront of the organizational efforts that have made this conference possible, and her insight and report will provide us with valuable information about the progress and achievement of IST 2023. Without further delay, I would like to invite Dr. Isyatur Razia to the stage to deliver the IST 2023 Committee Chair Report. Please join me in giving her a warm welcome. Give an applause, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. I stand before you today with great pleasure to present a report from International Conference IST. And today we had the privilege of hosting this IST. This conference, a significant milestone, continue pursuit of knowledge, collaboration, and global understanding. It was an endeavor that involved the dedicated effort of many, and I would like to share some of key highlights of this event. First and foremost, the theme from our seminar is Innovation Toward Engineering for Sustainable Development, Advancing Mechanic, Information Technology, Infrastructure, and Industrial Engineering. This theme was chosen because we believe it addresses a pressing issue that affects the world today. And this seminar provided a platform for experts and practitioners to share their knowledge. Throughout the event, we had the privilege of listening of presentation from 23 speakers. The speakers is from Universitas Syahkuala, Universitas Malikus Saleh, Universitas Bakri, and the last Politeknik Negeri Banyuwangi. During the event, we will listen to presentation from 5 keynote speakers. We would like to inform you that the keynote speakers we have invited from different countries. There is Dr. Nguyen Mien Tien from Vietnam, Associate Prof. Huang Chin Yuan from Taiwan, Associate Prof. Muhammad Aziz from Japan, Dr. Syam Siddiq, Professor Dr. Syam Siddiq, STMSC from Indonesia, and the last Associate Professor Dr. Ahmad Faisal bin Muhammad Ayub from Malaysia. The keynote speaker will cover various sub-themes in the field of industrial engineering, mechanical engineering, information and technology, and the civil engineering. During the seminar, we witnessed significant growth in academic, professional collaboration, and relationship. And participants from different country, background, and discipline come together to Universitas Tuku Umar to share their knowledge with us. All of this serve as a testament to vital role that the event like this play in addressing the global issue. We would like to express our gratitude to Universitas Teguh Umar for support this event. Without their support, this seminar may not be possible. In order to summarize the outcome of seminar, we have gathered valuable findings and recommendations that we believe can provide guidance for future action in addressing the issue we discussed. In conclusion, I would like to thank all participants, speakers, the organizing committee, and everyone who contribute the success of this seminar. We hope that the outcome of this seminar will contribute positively to addressing the complex challenge in our world. Once again, thank you for participation and support. And let us continue working together toward a brighter future. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue our program, We are now about to hear the welcome remarks from a distinguished individual who has played a pivotal role in the organization of IST 2023. Please allow me to introduce the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering at Universitas Teguh Umar, Dr. Insinyur Irwan Shah. Dr. Irwan Shah's leadership and dedication have been instrumental in making this conference a reality. His insight and a warm welcome are sure to set the tone for an inspiring and productive event. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please join me in extending a warm welcome to Dr. Irwan Shah as he delivers his welcome remarks. Dr. Irwan Shah, the stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hamdan wa syukran lillah, salawatan ala Rasulillah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. I would like to extend a warm welcome to everyone attending this very special event. First of all, the Rector of University Teguh Umar, Professor Dr. Andes Isha MSI. Thank you for coming, and we'll be opening these seminars. I would like to immerse our gratitude also for the secretaries daerah, or in this events it will be representative by Asisten 3 Bapak Nyakna SA MA Dev. Thank you for coming and join in this conference. I will express our gratitude also for the Dean of Public Health, Bapak Dr. Teguh Alamsyah. I would like to express our gratitude also to the Dean of Economic, University of Teguh Umar, Bapak Dr. Hamdi Harmen. Thank you. And I would like to express our gratitude also for the some invitations from the company here from PT MIPA. Thank you, Pak, for coming here. And the others audience that will be joined in this event. Especially today, we have at least 5 the keynote speakers. And Alhamdulillah, in this morning, have been joined directly in this room is the Professor Dr. Syamsidik ST from University of Siakuala. Thank you. And the others is from Vietnam, Dr. Nguyen Minh Tien. From Taiwan is Professor Huang Chin Yuan. From Japan is Professor Muhammad Aziz. And then from Malaysia is Professor Dr. Ahmad Faisal bin Muhammad Ayub. At least today we have some presenters also. We express our gratitude also. Some presenters that already coming here is from Universitas Malikul Saleh. Thank you all of the presenters and authors from the Universitas Malikul Saleh that already coming here. And then I would like to express our gratitude to the organizing committee, the speakers, participants, and all those who play a role in ensuring the success of these events. Dear all of audience, ladies and gentlemen, the themes of this event is innovation toward engineering for sustainable development, advancing in mechanics, information technology, infrastructure, and industrial engineering. We would like today is not just discussion in terms of the academic field or perspective view, but actually we be give another perspective that can be beneficial also for the government as one of the recommendations when planning the society. We believe this issue holds substantial implication for the process of science and society, which is we choose it as the focal points of these seminars. We are fortunate to have successfully brought keynote speakers from various countries who will provide diverse insights and perspective. They will address critical subthemes in the field of civil engineering, mechanic industry, and information technology. And we anticipate that their presentation will inspire us. In addition to the keynote speaker presentation, we have received substantial contributions from researchers and practitioners in the form of paper that will be presented. This serves as concrete evidence of the strong research spirit among us and underscores our commitment to sharing knowledge and engaging in meaningful scientific discussions. I would also like to emphasize that this seminar offers an exceptional opportunity to build network and connection that can strengthen collaboration in the future. I encourage every participant to actively engage in discussion and idea exchange during these events. In conclusion, I hope this seminar will provide profound insight into the topic discussed and yield valuable recommendations. Let us realize and make the most of these events. I would like to express also my gratitude to all those who contribute to the success of the IST International Seminars. Enjoy these events and may we all gain valuable insight. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program continues to be graced by the presence of esteemed individuals who have contributed significantly to the success of IST 2023. It is now my privilege to introduce our next speaker, the Acting Regent of Aceh Barat, Dr. Andos Mahdi Effendi. Without further delay, please join me in welcoming Dr. Andos Mahdi Effendi as he delivers his welcome remarks. Dr. Andos Mahdi Effendi, the stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah, La haula wa la quwata illa billah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rabbi syrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Puji syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa taala, mana Allah pada hari yang baik ini masih beri kita kesehatan, kesempatan sehingga kita masih bisa menghadiri pada acara seminar yang sangat membanggakan kita pada hari yang berbahagia ini. Selanjutnya, selawat dan salam marilah kita berbanyak kepada Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, di mana dengan berkat perjuangan beliaulah sehingga kita pada hari ini berada pada tataran manusia berakhlak mulia dan beradab tinggi. Untuk itu, Bapak Ibu sekalian, marilah kita berbanyak selawat kepada Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Semoga di yaumil qiyamah kelak kita akan mendapat syafaat darinya. Yang kami hormati dan kami banggakan, Bapak Rektor Universitas Teguh Umar, Bapak Profesor Dr. Isa MSI, beserta seluruh sivitas akademika yang kami banggakan. Yang kami hormati Dekan Fakultas Teknik, Bapak Dr. Insinyur Irwansyah, STMN IPW. Kemudian yang kami hormati Bapak Ibu para narasumber yang berhadir pada hari yang berbahagia ini. Ketua LPMP Universitas Teguh Umar, para ketua program studi lingkup Fakultas Teknik, kemudian para kepala dinas, badan dan kantor yang hadir pada hari berbahagia ini, baik lingkup Pemkab Nagan Raya dan Aceh Barat, kemudian kepala UPTD BLK Kabupaten Aceh Barat atau Nagan Raya yang berhadir, kemudian para pimpinan perusahaan yang berhadir pada hari yang berbahagia ini, Ketua Panitia Pelaksana Ibu Dr. Isyatur Radia STMT, kemudian seluruh peserta konferensi yang hadir, serta Bapak Ibu hadirin yang tidak sempat kami sebutkan satu persatu yang kami muliakan dan kami banggakan pada hari yang berbahagia ini. Permohonan maaf Bapak PJ Bupati Aceh Barat, seyogianya pada hari yang berbahagia ini beliau sendiri akan hadir pada hari yang berbahagia ini akan menyampaikan sambutan ini. Namun karena satu dan lain hal beliau mendapat tugas yang tidak bisa diwakilkan ke Jakarta, sehingga pada pagi yang berbahagia ini beliau memerintahkan kami untuk membaca sambutan tertulis beliau pada pagi hari ini. Itu lagi salam dan hormat, permohonan maaf Pak PJ Bupati Aceh Barat atas kehadiran beliau pada pagi hari ini. Izinkan kami menyampaikan sambutan tertulis beliau pada pagi yang berbahagia ini. Atas nama pemerintah Kabupaten Aceh Barat, merupakan suatu kebahagiaan dan kebanggaan bagi kami pada hari ini dapat hadir dan bersilaturahmi bersama Bapak Ibu para hadirin dan narasumber sekalian, sekaligus menyambut baik terlaksananya seminar internasional pertama Fakultas Teknik Universitas Teguh Umar 2023 ini. Momentum pelaksanaan seminar ini, seminar internasional ini tentunya menjadi wahana yang tepat untuk saling bersinergi guna mewujudkan pembangunan berkelanjutan dalam bidang teknologi informasi, infrastruktur, industri, teknologi tepat guna, dan energi terbarukan dalam mengatasi berbagai isu prioritas. Bapak Ibu hadirin serta seluruh peserta seminar yang berbahagia, pembangunan berkelanjutan merupakan suatu tantangan besar yang dihadapi oleh seluruh masyarakat dunia saat ini. Inovasi teknik dapat menjadikan kunci untuk mencapai pembangunan berkelanjutan yang tidak hanya mempertimbangkan kebutuhan generasi saat ini, namun juga kepentingan generasi yang akan datang. Kami menilai bahwa tema yang diangkat dalam pelaksanaan seminar ini sangat penting dan relevan dengan tantangan dan pesatnya perkembangan teknologi saat ini. Peningkatan dalam bidang mekanika, teknologi informasi, infrastruktur, dan teknik industri adalah langkah-langkah krusial dalam mewujudkan pembangunan yang berkelanjutan. Mekanika yang kuat, teknologi yang canggih, infrastruktur yang handal, dan teknik industri yang efisien adalah fondasi untuk menciptakan masyarakat yang lebih baik. Seminar internasional ini diharapkan dapat menjadi wadah untuk berbagi pengetahuan, pengalaman, dan inovasi melalui diskusi bersama para ahli, akademisi, dan praktisi untuk melahirkan berbagai solusi yang dapat menjawab tantangan pembangunan berkelanjutan. Selain itu, kami turut mengharapkan agar seminar ini dapat menghasilkan pemikiran-pemikiran baru, ide-ide maupun berbagai gagasan yang dapat diimplementasikan untuk mendorong pembangunan berkelanjutan di Kabupaten Aceh Barat. Mengakhiri sambutan ini, kami ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Fakultas Teknik Universitas Teguh Umar yang telah menginisiasi pelaksana kegiatan ini. Mari kita jadikan kegiatan ini sebagai momentum untuk memperkuat kerjasama, kolaborasi antara pemerintah, universitas, industri, dan masyarakat dalam upaya bersama mencapai tujuan permohonan yang berkelanjutan. Bapak, Ibu hadirin serta seluruh peserta seminar yang berbahagia, demikian beberapa hal yang kami sampaikan. Sekali lagi kami menyampaikan selamat mengikuti seminar internasional Fakultas Teknik Universitas Teguh Umar. Manfaatkanlah kegiatan ini dengan sebaik-baiknya guna saling berdiskusi bersama para narasumber yang hadir. Semoga pelaksanaan seminar internasional ini dapat menghasilkan wawasan baru yang akan memberikan manfaat besar bagi kita semua. Terima kasih. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. PJ Bupati Aceh Barat, Mahdi Effendi.
Ladies and gentlemen, our journey through IST 2023 continues with a momentous address from a distinguished leader. I am delighted to introduce to you the esteemed rector of Teguh Umar University, Professor Dr. Ishak. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to Professor Dr. Ishak as he delivers the opening speech for IST 2023. Professor Dr. Ishak, the stage is yours.
Baik, terima kasih. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sehat, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Puji, serta syukur senantiasa kita sampaikan pada Allah SWT yang telah memberikan kita kesehatan, kesempatan sehingga sama-sama bisa hadir di Universitas Teguh Umar dalam rangka kita mengikuti seminar internasional yang dilaksanakan oleh Fakultas Teknik. Selamat datang di kampus Universitas Teguh Umar, kampus kebanggaan kita, kampus pahlawan nasional bangsa kita, Teguh Umar Johan Pahlawan. Berikut selawat salam kita sampaikan juga pada Nabi besar kita Muhammad SAW. Yang kami hormati, kami muliakan di sini ada Bapak mewakili PJ Bupati Kabupaten Aceh Barat. Nama ini diwakili oleh Pak Asisten 3, para unsur pimpinan, para dekan, para narasumber, dan teristimewa untuk para mahasiswa yang sudah hadir pada pagi hari ini. Your Excellencies and Honorable Professor Samsidik, speaker, keynote speaker from Syekh Kuala University, welcome to University Teguh Umar. Seminar participant, speakers, organizing committee, and the entire academic community and attendance. Thank you joining with this seminar. I am pleased and honored to address all of you on this very important occasion, the international seminar IST. This event is a testament to the hard work and great collaboration of many parties. And I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who has contributed to the success of this seminar. International seminar play a crucial role in the exchange of knowledge, understanding, and cross-border cooperation. The theme of this seminar, Innovation Toward Engineering for Sustainable Development, Advancing Mechanics, Information Technology, Infrastructure, and Industrial Engineering, is a relevant and important issue in the global context. The issues of this theme reflect our commitment to addressing urgent challenges faced by the global community One of distinguishing features of this seminar is the presence of keynote speakers from various countries, bringing diverse perspectives and experiences. They will address important subthemes in the fields of civil engineering, industry, mechanics, and information technology. And I am confident that their presentation will provide deep insights and innovative solutions. We are also proud to have received contribution of 24 papers that will be presented by leading researchers and practitioners in this field. This is a clear testament to the enthusiasm for research and the desire to share knowledge among all of us. In addition to presentation and discussion, this seminar also provides of opportunity to build valuable network and relationship and encourage all of you to make the most and of this opportunity to interest, exchange ideas, and establish connection that will have a positive impact on the advancement of knowledge on and international cooperation. Lastly, I would like to express special thanks to the organizing committee and all those who have supported this event. Without their support, this international seminar would not have been executed successfully. I hope this seminar will serve as a platform for all participants to learn, share, and celebrate the diversity of knowledge. May the event be successful and may all of us contribute significantly and addressing future challenges. Once again, welcome and thank you for your participation in the international seminar IST. Be saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, this seminar special opening. Bila taufiq wa hidayah, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue with our program, we now come to a moment of reflection and spiritual significance. I kindly request your attention for a special part of our event, a prayer to seek blessings for the success and harmony of IST 2023. I am pleased to invite Mr. Khairul Hadi to lead us in this prayer. Please let us all gather in a moment of reverence as Mr. Khairul Hadi offers his words of blessings and guidance. Mr. Khairul Hadi, the stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan yuwafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu wa lakash syukru kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa 'azimi sultanik. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, pada hari ini kami berkumpul di tempat ini seraya memanjatkan puji dan syukur atas nikmat-Mu yang tak terhingga, yang telah Engkau limpahkan kepada kami. Berikanlah kepada kami kemampuan untuk mensyukuri nikmat-Mu, Ya Allah. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, dengan terlaksananya kegiatan ini, kiranya Engkau dapat melimpahkan pengetahuan dan kekuatan kepada kami, serta Engkau tumbuhkan rasa persaudaraan dan persatuan yang kokoh di antara kami, sehingga terjalin dengan baik dan utuh. Ya Allah, Ya Ghafur, Engkau yang Maha Pengampun atas segala dosa. Ampunilah dosa kami, dosa orang tua kami, dosa guru-guru kami, dosa pemimpin kami, dan dosa para pendahulu kami. Tempatkanlah kami dan mereka dalam lindungan-Mu, ya Allah. Ya Allah, ya Mujib, Engkau yang Maha mengabulkan segala doa. Perkenankanlah doa dan permohonan kami. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program continues to recognize the invaluable contributions of our esteemed keynote speakers. At this moment, we have the privilege of presenting a token of appreciation to one of our distinguished speaker, Professor Dr. Syamsidik from Universitas Syah Kuala. I would like to invite the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Teguh Umar, Dr. Insinyur Irwansyah, to join us on the stage to present the special memento to Professor Dr. Syamsidik. This gesture reflects our deep gratitude for his remarkable insight and expertise that have enriched IST 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in a round of applause to honor this special moment as we show our appreciation to Professor Dr. Syamsidik. Dr. Irwansyah, the stage is yours.
For Pak Maidi, our Vice Dean, please come forward, Pak, for take a picture.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the close of this segment, we would like to capture the spirit of unity and collaboration that defines IST 2023. Therefore, I invite you to remain in your seats for a group photograph to commemorate this momentous occasion. Our official photographers will be positioned to capture this memorable moment. Please feel free to smile and be part of this wonderful group of photographs that will encapsulate the shared experience and connections that we are forming here today. Thank you for your cooperation, and let's capture this moment together. Ibu yang duduk di bangku belakang mungkin bisa merapat ke depan ya. Adik-adik mahasiswa juga diisi bangku depannya, jadi biar kita kelihatan semua untuk saat difoto. Oke, udah bisa diambil fotonya ya. Heeh. Udah. Oke, sesuai dengan aba-aba. Satu. Oke, Bapak Ibu, silakan menghadap ke kamera ya di depan. Kita mulai foto bersamanya. Oke, saya beri aba-aba. Iya, duduk aja. Dapat? Oke. 1, 2, 3. Sekali lagi. 1, 2, 3. Oke, pose membentuk huruf U itu yang utuh. Iya, boleh dilihat contoh di depan Pak Ilham. Oke ya, 1, 2, 3. Sekali lagi, 1, 2, 3. Oke, terima kasih Bapak Ibu. Kita beralih ke segmen selanjutnya ya Bapak Ibu ya. Ladies and gentlemen, now that we've shared this special moment together, it's time to transition to the next segment of our event. We have an exciting lineup of keynote speakers who will be sharing their expertise and insights. To guide us through this enlightening part of our program, we are pleased to introduce our moderator for the keynote speaker presentation, Ana Elvia Jakfar. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Ana Elvia Jakfar as she takes the stage to facilitate the upcoming keynote presentation. Ana, the stage is yours.
Well, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Wow. Okay, thank you for coming, all of you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so before we embark our presentations, so I would like to invite our first keynote speaker, Professor Syamsidik. Prof, please come forward and join me. Before we embark the presentation, so I just want to check first, Professor. Am I audible? Am I audible? All right, so thank you. So I just want to check that all the participants from Zoom meeting, they can listen to us clearly. All right, so, well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you on behalf of our conference. It's such an honor and privilege to serve you as your moderator for today's conference. I'm Ana, and I'm here as a moderator to facilitate our discussion, ensuring that it flows smoothly and effectively. I encourage open and respectful dialogue among our respected speakers and the audience. Together, we aim to explore and exchange ideas, insights, and perspectives on International Conference on Applied Engineering, Science, Technology, and Innovation 2023 in a constructive and engaging manner. So here we not only have Professor Syamsidik, but we also have Associate Professor Huang Chin Yuan from National Central University, Taiwan, Associate Professor Dr. Ahmad Faisal bin Muhammad Ayub from University Terengganu, Malaysia, Associate Professor Muhammad Aziz from the University of Tokyo, Japan, and the last one is that Dr. Nguyen Minh Thien from the University of Da Nang, Vietnam. So I think all of them have been joining with us today through Zoom meeting, right? So yeah, but here we only have like the outstanding first keynote speaker, Professor Syamsidik from Universitas Syahrir. Please give applause for all of our keynote speakers. All right. So this session, we will be having like 2 sessions. So the first session, we will be having Professor Syamsidik and Associate Professor Huang Xinyuan that will present their presentations for the first session, and then followed by the third, fourth, and the last keynote speakers in the second session. So before we come to the presentation of our keynote speaker, I would like to present a brief information about our first outstanding keynote speaker, Professor Syamsidik. So Professor Syamsidik is a professor in hydraulic engineering and lecturer at Civil Engineering Department, major in coastal engineering, a doctoral degree holder graduated from Toyohashi University of Technology, Japan. Master degree was obtained from University of Science, Malaysia, majoring in coastal environmental modeling. Presently, he is also director of Tsunami and Disaster Mitigation Research Center of Universitas Syah Kuala as coordinator for Tsunami Research Cluster. And his research focuses are coastal engineering, numerical modeling for coastal area, tsunami modeling, and disaster preparedness. Dr. Syamsidik has been involved in a number of regional research activities, such as strengthening resilience of coastal and small island communities toward hydrometeorological hazards and impacts of climate change, funded by UNESCO, Japan Funds in Trust, Partnership of Enhanced Engagement in Research, sponsored by USAID, National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicines of the United States of America. Besides the academic activities, there are a number of community activities were held. Among those activities is routinely involved in coastal engineering, coastal youth trade. The 2 activities are aimed at bringing larger youth communities to be concerned about coastal conservation and coastal ecological preservation, as well as proper documentation of coast. All right, so if I look at here, Professor, I look at your bio, so you got like received lots achievement and awards. So started from the very beginning of your career as a lecturer until now, it's so amazing. Please give applause for our first speaker. All right, so I do hope that all the participants here will be having like fruitful knowledge and insights through the presentation that will be presented by our first keynote speaker. So without further ado, I think it's the time to welcome our first keynote speaker, Professor Syamsidik. Prof, time and stage are yours.
Baik, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wasahbihi ajmain. First of all, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, to Rector and Vice Rector or representative from Universitas Tengku Umar, Deans from various faculties. I'm not sure which dean, but I believe that faculty from Faculty of Engineering here. And also, I'm honored to also congratulate to the chairwoman of this organizing committee of the first international conference conducted by my colleagues at Universitas Tengku Umar. Thank you also, Ms. Moderator. I'm honored to be in this forum. At the same time, I feel like a bit awkward because this is my first time when I back at my hometown here in Labuan. I speak in English rather in Bahasa Indonesia or Achenese. So anyway, we'll mix my presentation probably in Bahasa later on, but I'm open also to speak in Achenese if you require me to do so. I was born here sometime in 1975, and just after I graduated from Japan, finishing my PhD degree over there, I started my career as a lecturer here at the Faculty of Engineering, exactly at Civil Engineering Department. So I still remember when I hold some classes from the Civil Engineering Department at the older building over there. I'm not sure whether they're still there or not, but Now I'm back here, so I'm very honored and same time very pleasure to be among all my colleagues over here. So I still remember some faces over here, Pak Samsunan there. So so I'm still part of your family, by the way. I'm not like, so don't alienate me. Right. All right. So my title or presentation a bit technical. I'm not sure if this can touch up all the audiences over here, but I'm open to even discuss other topics that you are interested to discuss with me. So I don't know, I prefer to stand. So my title here is Probabilistic Tsunami Risk Analysis for Better Disaster Risk Reduction. I have my other two colleagues. Number one is Muhammad Dafa Al-Farizi. He's now in China. Actually, we switched. So I'm invited to China too for another conference, but I told him, you better go there. So I go here. So then he's there at the same time presenting his work. And the other one is Tursina, is also my colleagues from Polytechnic Negeri Los Mawe, but she's now waiting for her final defense for his doctoral dissertation. Now, like introduced by our moderator, I'm now still director of TDMRC, Tsunami and Disaster Mitigation Research Center. I will later on introduce about the center if you are willing to cooperate or collaborate with us. Next, please. Yeah, why I raised this kind of issue? Next. Yeah, well, Aceh Barat and part of west coast of Sumatra, we have a big number of a area where city and population of, sorry, should I go to it? Oh, there they go. No, it's back again. I don't know why. Yeah, so I believe that we have been witness a number of coastal related disasters in recent years. But keep in mind, we have two types of disasters. First one is slow onset disasters and the other one is fast onset disasters. The slow onset disaster, one of them is sea level rise, mostly induced by climate change impact. You probably witnessed or read somewhere else where the impacts of sea level rise keep threatening our coastal cities, including Malabo, obviously. And on the other hand, we also have fast onset disasters like tsunami. We have been witness a number of tsunami, especially the 2004 tsunami, where most of the city of Malabo was destroyed because of the giant waves. So let's think about how then the two processes being combined all together, how then can give more adverse impact to human and to economic sectors. You can keep losing some properties and some lives, obviously. So that's why I'm taking this kind of issue when we talk about disaster risk reduction. Next. Yeah, I'm not sure how many of us are familiar with the formula that here. Risk equal to hazard multiplied with vulnerability divided by capacity. But this is a kind of a conventional or classical method on understanding the risk, where we rather perceive the risk itself as a dynamic component. This formula is easily been understood by people. Well, I'm not sure how many of the undergraduate students have taken the course on disaster-related subject. But if you are taking the subject or you have taken sometime before, I think you are going to receive this formula. So R equal to I, H multiple V divided by C is very easy to understand. But at the same time, we cannot relate this kind of formula with the time domain. So next, please. Next. Yeah. So on the left-hand side, I'm sorry, with the typo, there's a classical risk method where we cannot put the time domain in that formula. So we are not sure when that's going to happen, what will be the level that we are going to mitigate, and what kind of target that we can put on that. Unlike the probabilistic method, we can have a more transient model or transient mathematical formula, and we can relate that in kind of written period, for example, or in Bahasa Indonesia, we call it waktu ulang, for example. So it's very useful and very powerful. Of course, this is a more difficult to understand for some people, even for some scientists also. Next, please. Now, I would like to also introduce the case of probabilistic tsunami for Banda Aceh. We are doing similar case for Aceh Barat, for West Aceh also, but we have done for Banda Aceh. So since early 2021, my colleagues at TDR Mercy are trying to measure and also to identify types of building in Banda Aceh. And then we conducted a number of numerical simulations to see the impacts of the tsunamis with various of scenarios with different intensities of tsunami magnitudes. And then we impose that and we overlay the inundation map onto building maps. So we would like to see what would be the probabilistic building damage stage for Banda Aceh with different kind of region periods. Next. Yeah, this is a empirical tsunami fragility curve. I don't know how many of you are familiar with this, but this is kind of very civil engineering thing. When we estimate the damage, we would like to see the probability of the damage of the building using tsunami intensity. In this case, we use tsunami flow depth. So in simple way, let's see, we have a tsunami flow depth like 2 meters. What would be the impacts on building? Would that building demolish or severely damaged or have a damage with minor damage or not affected at all? So that would be the story of the empirical tsunami fragility curve. Unfortunately, we don't have a very complete fragility curve set yet for Indonesia. I'm taking here a set of tsunami fragility curve developed based on 2011 tsunami case in Japan, in the Great East Japan tsunami in 2011. So they have a very complete set of the curves. Next. Yeah, this will be the damage state. So we can divide the damage state into several damage states like DS1, DS2, DS3, DS4 up to DS6. And what would be the description of each of the states? For example, DS1, there will be minor or even no damage at all in case of the inundation of the tsunami. And then the most severe one is the DS6, where the building can be swept away by tsunami waves. So I think people at my age, I'm not sure if the students may be much younger than me, but at my age, they have observed where building being swept away at all. So totally swept away, nothing left except floor. That's it, so right? So nothing stood on the building. We call it DS6, so that's the most severe damage state. Next, please. Yeah, these are some reference you can quote. I have also developed my own fragility curve based on a 2018 Mount Anak Krakatau tsunami. But if you still remember the tsunami generated by the Mount Anak Krakatau in 2018, there was nothing prior to the event except the volcano eruption. So there was no shaking at all. Mungkin masih ingat waktu band 17 sedang manggung dan suddenly the big wave coming from the back of the stage. Why that happened? Because nobody know. There was no shaking. So people just playing the music and then suddenly the tsunami hit. That's different what happened here in 2004. Berbeda sekali dengan 2004, waktu itu kan gempanya sangat besar sampai beberapa gedung runtuh dulu, baru kemudian tsunami datang. Compared to the 2018 yang Gunung Anak Krakatau 2018 itu tidak ada, sama sekali tidak ada gempa, tiba-tiba gelombang datang. Itu karena runtuhan kaldera atau kawah puncak dari Gunung Anak Krakatau itu collapse. So the caldera collapse, the flank collapse, then it create the landslide tsunami. That's the difference. So we managed to arrive in the tsunami affected area just 3 days after the tsunami. So remember, the event was on December 22nd. So my colleagues and I arrived at the site just 3 days after that. So exactly like in Christmas, during Christmas Day. Next. Okay, so we have a mega trust. We have seismic gaps too. According to Indonesian National Earthquake Center or PUSGEN, kita punya beberapa mega trust. Bapak Ibu bisa lihat di peta itu from Myanmar, very close to Myanmar up to somewhere to eastern Nusa Tenggara down there. So we have a number of mega trust. Megatrust itu dia punya karakteristik perulangan gempa sebenarnya. Jadi perulangan maksimum gempanya ada tercatat di PUSGEN, misalnya untuk yang paling dekat, the closest one, the closest megatrust segment is the Aceh Andaman segment. The largest one is 9.3 moment magnitude. So yang paling besar itu 9,3 untuk yang segmen paling itu yang dekat dengan kita. Lalu dia punya perulangan gitu ya. Misalnya kalau kita mau hitung tsunami yang dibangkitkan oleh gempa yang 8,9 itu berapa ratus tahun sekali gitu kan. Sebenarnya bukan berapa ratus tahun sekali, maksudnya skala ulangnya berapa gitu ya. Seperti itu. Nah, kita bisa hitung, so we can calculate that and then we can do what we call it probabilistic tsunami hazard analysis or PTHA. Next. This is the source of the data. Next saja Pak. Jadi yang kita lakukan adalah we collect the data. We collect the building data in Banda Aceh. So there are more than 85,000 units of buildings in Banda Aceh. So we identify each of them. So each of them and classify them into hazard of United States catalog, or we call it HAZUS. Next. Yeah, this is the flowchart of the step of the probabilistic tsunami hazard analysis. You guys need to have a very strong computer in order to simulate this one because it will take very long time. Otherwise, your computer will be burned. Next. And then we categorize the building. So for example, C1L is for reinforced concrete 1 to 3 stories, and then C1M for reinforced concrete 4 to 7 stories, and so on. We also identify a number of building with wooden structure. So ada juga sekarang gedung atau bangunan di Banda Aceh itu yang masih pakai kayu sebenarnya papan. Ya. Next. Yeah, these are all the footprints over there. So you see that we have more than 61,000 building for C1L, and then C1M, and then also W1L. So there are like almost 90,000 units. How do we do this? I send students actually. So we send students to the field, so they identify each of the building which type of them. Sama halnya dengan apa yang kita lakukan untuk Melabu juga begitu. Jadi kita mengirimkan mahasiswa, lalu mereka akan melakukan pemetaan setiap bangunan di Kota Melabu, Johan Palawan terutama itu diidentifikasi, diberi nomor, diklasifikasikan ya bentuk bangunan dan seterusnya, dan kita punya datanya. Jadi kita punya shapefile, kita punya data spasial untuk itu. Mungkin rumah Bapak Ibu sudah ada di sekalian, sudah ada di dalam database itu, saya nggak tahu rumahnya yang mana, tapi sudah kita identifikasi. So in case there will be a tsunami, what would be your house? That's the question, right? So jadi pertanyaannya adalah kalau ke depan akan ada tsunami lagi, kira-kira apa yang akan terdampak terhadap bangunan kita? Nah, itu pertanyaan yang kunci yang kita ingin jawab sebenarnya kan. So next. Nah kita kemudian buat simulasi tsunami ini, inundasi tsunami-nya. Jadi untuk beberapa skenario dari magnitude yang paling besar 9,3, the largest one is 9.3, up to the smallest one, don't remember 8.4, 8.6 moment magnitude. So we have this kind of system, and we overlay them onto our building data. Next. Yeah, we use this formula. So I keep going. Next. The digitized building. So you see that the classification of the building, you see most of them are in green, which means that most of them are C3L buildings. So mayoritas bangunan di Banda Aceh itu adalah tipenya masonry, gitu ya. C3L. Kalau di Hazus itu adalah C3L. Then we put the colors on them. So you see that most of them are in green. And then we compare. We have two set of data. Actually, we measure in 2017, and then we measure again in June 2021. So kita punya dua set of data dari 2017 kemudian 2022. Lalu kita bandingkan. We found the increase of the building between 2017 up to 2021, 5 years, around 5 years, is about 31%. Jadi pertumbuhan bangunan di Banda Aceh itu dalam 5 tahun itu kira-kira 31%. Dalam kategori data bangunan ini sebenarnya tinggi gitu ya. Jumlah pertumbuhan bangunan seperti ini, meskipun jumlah bangunan yang paling banyak bertambah itu adalah yang C3L itu. Next. Jadi ini kategorinya bangunan menurut fungsi dan seterusnya. Next, Pak. Saya cepatkan aja. Nah, ini hazard curve. Jadi Bapak Ibu yang membuat model numerik, kita bisa buatkan hazard curve dengan PTHA itu tadi. Jadi Probability Tsunami Hazard Analysis itu. Jadi setiap gridnya itu kita bisa keluarkan dia namanya kurva hazard. Nah, dari kurva hazard itu, from that hazard curve, we can then calculate the accident probability of rate. So that will be the result. So for example, for the certain grid, if the flow depth, let's say 10 meters, what would be the lambda, the accident probability of rate? Then we convert the value into return period. Next. Yeah, these the result of the overlay process. So you will see that tsunami fragility condition for 250-year return period. Jadi untuk kala ulang tsunami kalau terjadinya itu 250 tahun, maka dampak kerusakan bangunan di Banda Aceh itu bisa dilihat di gambar yang atas. So you can see that the upper right panel of that slide, there's a map showing the potential damage of the building, each of the building in Banda Aceh. In case there will be tsunami magnitude similar to 250 years return period. Next, then we have for 500 years. This is for ini untuk yang 500 tahun, and then we have for 1,000 years next. Okay. So that would be the building fragility for Banda Aceh. Next again. Yeah, so I would like to conclude my presentation here. Probably allow me to speak in bahasa a little bit. Jadi Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, kalau kita buat pemetaan tsunami seperti ini, kita bisa tahu sebenarnya kalau kita ingin mitigasi tsunami-nya yang mana gitu ya. Karena kalau kita mitigasi tsunami-nya yang paling besar, mungkin nggak cukup duit kita untuk melakukan itu. Jadi kita harus pilih-pilih mana yang mau kita mitigasi. Let's say kita sepakat mau mitigasi kalau ulangnya itu 500 tahun. Nah, kalau ulang 500 tahun itu sama dengan tsunami yang dibangkitkan oleh gempa dengan kekuatan 8,8 misalnya. Nah, maka kita menyasar ke situ. Gitu. Karena kalau kita menyasar ke yang paling besar, 9,3 misalnya, itu kita nggak cukup duit dan juga nggak realistis. Misalnya dengan rencana pembangunan yang ada, dengan sumber daya yang ada, itu nggak mungkin nggak bisa tercapai. Oleh karenanya konsep risk, ya, konsep pengurangan risiko bencana, konsep mitigasi itu sekarang kita dorong untuk menyasar pada target yang jelas, so clear target. Are you going to mitigate the 500 years return period tsunami, or 800 years, or even 1,000 years? So we have to decide in that level, in that point. Otherwise, we are losing the target and lost in translation of the risk itself. So that's why I would like to conclude my presentation about the probabilistic method, and then this can help the disaster managers and practitioners to modify and adjust the disaster mitigation measures. And yeah, I understand this rather more difficult to understand compared to the classical one, but this is more useful. And since all of us are from the academia, I believe this we can do this for our context. Then let me introduce a little bit about my center. Can you go next, please? Next part. Okay, this is TDMRC building. So we have altogether 6 buildings in our complex, where around 85 researchers gather in that buildings. So we have advanced equipment, advanced laboratory for various testing. So this is open for collaboration and also open for as a national resource sharing. We established since 2006, so exactly last month we actually celebrate our 17th anniversary of TDMRC. Can you go next, please? Among the advanced facility is this one, Tsunami Wave Flume. This is the most complete facilities in Indonesia right now. So the length of the flume, jadi panjang flume-nya itu 60 meter, lalu lebarnya 2,5 meter, dan tingginya itu 1,7 meter. So it is powerful and can generate tsunami, wave, current, arus, yeah, and then wind. So we can also generate wind. So that you can see, bisa dilihat itu sensor-sensor yang dibangun situ ya. Jadi kita punya cukup komplit fasilitasnya, dan ya sekarang ini adalah ini yang terlengkap yang ada di Indonesia saat ini untuk fasilitas pengujian gelombang dan tsunami. Next Pak, ada video singkat, mudah-mudahan bisa di-play. Bisa di-play Pak yang kiri dulu. Ya, ini bisa dilihat bagaimana gelombangnya sangat sempurna, ya cukup perfect ya, dibuat. Ini untuk yang gelombang ya. Nanti Bapak Ibu bisa lihat yang sebelah kanan itu cukup panjang, jadi ada yang bilang ini kalau berenang bisa 50 karena 60 meter ya. Lebarnya juga 2,5 meter, jadi muatlah untuk 2 orang berenang itu bisa bolak-balik. Yang sebelah kanan juga bisa di-play Pak. Yang sebelah kanan Pak. Ya, itu. Yang ini adalah untuk uji tsunami. Kalau yang tadi itu adalah untuk uji gelombang biasa. Kalau ini adalah untuk yang tsunami, Bapak Ibu saya lihat dia gelombangnya naik pelan. Ini slow motion memang, tapi bisa dilihat gelombangnya seperti itu. Kira-kira dia akan buat nanti model rumah, macam-macam ya, mangrove dan lain-lain di situ untuk menguji apakah mitigasi tsunami-nya itu efektif atau tidak. Termasuk kita bisa juga bangun misalnya model dinding dan seterusnya ya. So that's the one of the facilities that we have right now. So quite advanced. So next. Slide berikutnya ya. Another one is this one, the multi-axial shaking table. This the only facility right now in Southeast Asia. So ini adalah hanya satu-satunya fasilitas yang ada di Asia Tenggara saat ini yang bisa memodelkan ground shaking in 3 multi-axial. So it can, horizontal and vertical. So I know that there's a public works department in Jakarta. They have also a shaking table, but that is for horizontal only. Jadi yang di Jakarta, yang di PUPR itu ada juga, tapi dia hanya horizontal saja. Tapi kalau ini bisa vertikal ya. Jadi we can take these seismic waves from a station, for example, like the one that we happened in PD Jaya in 2016. So then we can model and put that in the computer. So then it can replicate the same movement during the 2016 earthquake in PD Jaya. We have the YouTube over there. I don't know if we can play. Bisa di-play nggak, Pak? Yang link di bawah. Tapi lari ke YouTube memang. Ya, coba di. Muncul ke tempat lain ya kali ya. ke halaman yang lain. Ya. Muncul? Anyway, ya saya bisa kasih linknya nanti ke Bapak Ibu yang kalau tertarik. Tapi what I'm trying to say is that ini adalah fasilitas nasional yang bisa kita kolaborasikan. Ini juga adalah next Pak yang tadi kita punya juga stasiun pemantau gempa untuk global, tingkat untuk global. Jadi TDMS sekarang punya sekitar 18 seismometer yang ditanam di seluruh Aceh yang dipantau secara real time. Dan juga dihubungkan dengan stasiun seismometer di dunia. Jadi kita terhubung dengan GNS, kemudian GFZ ya di Jerman, kemudian USGS dan beberapa lembaga lain. Jadi kita punya stasiun ini yang bekerjanya 24/7, so it work 24/7. Although the staff is not there 24/7, but the computer running 24/7, so they keep picking the data all the time. What I'm trying to say is, if you are interested to collaborate, so let's talk. And then also, this is all, our facility is open for MBKM program. So far, we receive a number of MBKM students from various universities in Aceh and some from outside of Aceh. Unfortunately, so far, none of them come from UTU. So we would like to invite, if any of the students would like to have MBKM program at TDMRC, so please come to us. So thank you. So I return to Bu MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, thank you for Professor Samsidi, who has delivered his presentations about coastal knowledge. So I think it is so insightful and knowledgeable because it is the new information to me, especially because it's not my field. So, but Professor, I'm a bit curious about this one thing. Maybe it is not matched with the theme that you brought today. You said that there is certain radius that tsunami can hit the land, right? So it depends on the the scale of the earthquake itself. So, but I'm curious because why do people keep building the houses near the coastline if we know that we have that huge potential that we will be hit by the tsunami continuously in the future? Can you answer that, Professor? I'm quite interested.
Thank you for asking. Actually, it is not specifically happened in Aceh, by the way. During the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, we have at least 20 countries in the Indian Ocean being affected by the tsunami. None of them apply what we call it a green belt scenario. It's not realistic for developing countries. I mean, you cannot just move people from the place they were. I mean, we have some cases here, even in Melabu, right? Where people from Padang Serahid, they were being moved very far to Gampa over there. But you know, what happened to them? They were fishermen, right? Most of them were fishermen or coastal, they come from the sea. So if you move people very far to inlandward area, you are pushing or you are forcing people to change the job. It's not easy to ask people to change the job. I'm not sure how many people in this room can, you know, swiftly change the job. You are students or probably you are teachers or lecturers. Can you change suddenly your job to something else? No, I don't think so. It's kind of a very serious problem. So it's not realistic in our context by moving people far away from inland, from coastal area. What we can suggest is let them to stay the place they were, but we need to accompany the mitigation process by educating them. I'm not going to say, probably not the right word to say educating, but but trying to increase the awareness towards tsunami. For example, let's invite them to participate in knowledge transfer workshop, for example. So they know where to run, how to evacuate during emergency period. That's more realistic in our context, rather than asking them to move to hinterland or to higher ground. We have witnessed some problem, very similar problem to what happened in number of coastal villages in Banda Aceh. We moved them to Jackie Chan complex, for example. But most of them were fishermen. They have to change their job, and they cannot. They cannot change their job until now, and that deprive their livelihood. They become even now poorer compared to before the tsunami, because they cannot adapt with the new job. They were fishermen, and then now they are far away from the sea. They cannot just change their job, become well, like, I don't know, maybe like tukang, for example, right? Or you ask them to change their job to what? To ustad? No, it's not like possible to do that. So you can do that in Japan context, probably. But even in Japan too, they have problem. During 2011 earthquake tsunami in Japan, you need to know that the number of suicide is very high compared to what happened here in Aceh. Have you ever heard anyone kill themselves after tsunami here in Aceh? No. Why? Because we have a very strong psychological strength, if I may call that. So we can endure that disaster much better from perspective of psychology. So we can sustain in that. But in Japan, you can ask people to obey the rule, right? In Japan, if they see the traffic light is red, they will stop. But here, even it is red, people still cross the road, right? Because they say, okay, just some second, so just cross the road. So it's different. So it's not realistic in our context. We can ask people to obey the rule, but not exactly the way Japanese do. Sorry, that's too long.
Okay, no, that's okay. That's insightful. Give applause for our first guest keynote speaker. So I believe that there are numbers of questions from the audience, but we keep that first because we will move to the second keynote speaker. Is our keynote speaker, the second keynote speaker, is already on the Zoom? All right, okay. So we will be having a Q&A sessions, but after the second keynote speaker delivered his presentations. So, well, the second keynote speaker is Associate Professor Chin Yuan Huang. I'm sorry for misspelling. And she is from National Central University, Taiwan. I will deliver a brief information about his bio, his academic record first. He graduated from Bachelor of Science in Civic Engineering in National Central University, Taiwan, and then his Master degree of Science in Civil Engineering, National Central University, Taiwan, and then his Doctor of Philosophy in Geomatics Engineering, University of Calgary, Canada. And then I can see here that our second keynote speaker has also achieved lots of awards and honors, just like our first keynote speaker, Professor Shamsidik. So without further ado, I think we would like to welcome the second keynote speaker, Associate Professor Chin Yuan Huang. So for our second keynote speaker, the time, place are yours. Not here already? Please wait a second. So I think there is a technical issue. Is that okay now? Okay. So can we contact the professor to rejoin the meeting?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Professor. Am I audible?
Hi, there was.
Okay, thank you. So I think now it's time for you to give your presentation. So we would like to welcome you. So Professor, time is yours.
Okay. Okay, can you see my presentation?
Hi, good morning, Professor.
Hi, can you see my presentation?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so if everything is fine, then I will start. Hello everyone. It's my great pleasure to present here. And I believe this is the first international conference for this event. It's very pleased and very happy to be one of the keynote speaker. The topic today I'm going to present is the digital twin infrastructure for smart cities. I believe the background of the audience are mainly from the engineering background. The work actually I'm doing is
Excuse
more
me,
similar
Professor.
to
I'm sorry for
software.
the disturbing. So I think can you move closer to the mic or speaker, please, because we can't hear you clearly from here. Yeah.
Oh,
So
really?
it's
Okay.
a bit loud.
Is it better now?
Yes, now it's
Is
better.
it better now? Okay.
Yeah, it's better.
Okay, good. Basically, the talk is mainly related to you can say kind of like the software engineering part of the design and implementation of the digital twin infrastructure, and mainly for the smart city. This is like the brief background of me. Currently I'm an associate professor in the Center for Space and Remote Sensing Research at NCU, Taiwan. And also I'm a charter member and also editor of one international open standard, which is the OGC part of my talk. And my current research interest is mainly at the WebGIS, specifically on the Internet of Things and Worldwide Sense of Web, which is also one of the topics that I'm going to introduce later. Because we are going to talk about the smart city, so let's start with the urbanization. From the UN report in 2018, in 2018, 55 of the world population lives in city, and by 2050, the prediction will be like increased to 68% of the population lives in the city, and then for the mega city, there will be 10 more. So the definition of the mega city means is more than 10 million people lives in one city, and then another thing is about the elder people. So for the people is 65 years old or older, then in 2050 the prediction will be more than 1.5 billion people. So as you can see, the urbanization is an ongoing trend, is a very serious issue to be discussed. But however, when we talk about the urbanization, it's not always a bad thing. Actually, it has its bright side. So let's briefly talk about the pros and cons. So in terms of the good thing about the urbanization, actually, when you get people together, then it's easier to design and implement the infrastructure to support their everyday life, including the healthcare, the education, and also the environmental protection is easier to be controlled when you get people together instead of like spreading out, and then you need the infrastructure to be like extend to where they live. So that's got the benefits of agglomeration. So that's the good thing about the urbanization. But however, the bad thing about urbanization. So when we talk about it, usually we talk about the bad thing. So when you have a large amount of people living together in the one small area, then in this case, the traffic issue, crime issue, housing price, unemployment, or any types of pollution, that becomes a big issue. So that's what we call the over-urbanization. So how to control the urbanization so that we can get all the benefits of urbanization and to avoid the problems of urbanization. And in this case, we need a better city management. All right, so that's the key. So how to achieve a better city management? So in the past, we have like heard a lot about the what we call the smart city. And when we talk about the smart city, we talk about the visions, those big ideas of including, for example, smart agriculture, smart transportation, smart energy, industry 4.0, those things. So those are the good things that we want to achieve. But however, in order to make those smart city applications, you can say sustainable and also to be realizable, then in this case, we need the infrastructure to support it. So in terms of the infrastructure, we need to talk about, for example, like the bottom is the device level, how those sensors and how those actuators were designed, and also how to construct them, and then how to connect to those devices. What's the network level to connect to those devices, and then what's the service level to be considered, including, for example, the resource management service, the discovery service, and management service, analytic services. So those smart city ideas needs to be supported by the entire infrastructure. So how to construct that infrastructure is the most important thing to the city management. So one of the parts that the city management required is the dynamic information. And where are those dynamic information comes from? And based on a more modern term to call it, let's talk about the Internet of Things. So based on the definition that we know, the Internet of Things is a global infrastructure that interconnects the physical and virtual things with the interoperable ICTs. So which means that so right now, actually, I believe everyone has some brief idea about what IoT is. It's kind of like for our everyday life objects, we can synchronize their information, and or we can remotely control them. So, but however, for Internet of Things, actually, is an infrastructure that can help us to achieve that interconnection. So the Internet of Things actually provides two capabilities. So when you search online to talk about, say, what are the capabilities that the Internet of Things can provide, then you will see lots of abilities that provided by IoT. For example, like the early warning is one related topic to the previous talk. But however, when you dig into the details, the IoT capabilities has two main capabilities. One is what we call the sensing, or the sensing capability. So which means that the IoT devices, they can use the embedded sensors. Then those sensors can help you to understand the device status and also the surrounding environment. For example, like the water level and the temperature, the air quality, those things. So as you can imagine, for city management, we need those information, and those information need to be aggregated so that we can process them in the more uniform way. And that's one of that's the first capability provided by IoT. And the other capability provided by IoT is what we call the tasking. So the tasking means that when you connect to these objects with the internet, then you have the ability to remotely control it. So this ability sounds easy, but however, it can actually help us to achieve a better management. And the better means what we call smarter management. In this case, in terms of, for example, like automatic and also more secure, more responsive, and more productive, for example. So the tasking capability can help us to achieve that, and it plays a very important role in city management as well. So in general, when we talk about the city management or smart city, the sensing capability can help us to know what has happened before and what is happening right now, or with some help from some scientific models, we can further produce what will happen in the future. So how to integrate those information is very important to the city management. But however, IoT actually face a very critical issue, and what we call the IoT heterogeneity, or in other words, is called IoT silos. So that means the IoT information, they are not able to, they are not coherent, and then for the user's perspective, it's difficult to understand the data from different IoT systems, how to get them and how to understand the information. So just for one example, this is the slides actually showing the air quality data in Taiwan collected by different organizations. For example, the EPA over here, that means the Environment Protection Agency, that is the governmental agency, and they actually collect, they monitor air quality data and also share it online for other people to use. And as you can see, it's using what we call the XML format with this type of data model. And the EPA also monitor the monitor the air quality with what they call the IoT devices, and with more cheaper type device, and they also share the information online and in the what we call the JSON format, and with this type of data model. And on the other hand, in Taiwan, actually, there's another popular data source for the air quality. Is what we call the Airbox. So this is the data format for the Airbox. So as you can see, if right now I'm going to manage the air pollution for my city, then in this case, we need to get the information from all the sources that we can have. And then the information that we get from these three different sources, they are using different data model, they are using different representation. So for the data integration, that becomes a big issue. So how to address that issue is we need to design a certain ICT approach to achieve what we call the interoperability. So the idea, the definition of the interoperability is the ability to provide information portability. So in this case, that means the information can be shared to other systems or to other people. So in Taiwan, the way that we design to achieve the interoperable IoT infrastructure can be divided into two parts. The first part is actually about the standard and regulation. So in the 2014, the MOI, the Ministry of Interior in Taiwan, they start analyzing the possible international Internet of Things standards, because you need standards to share the information so that people has the commonly agreed rules to describe a certain data and to obtain the certain data. So they start in 2014. They start analyzing those existing IoT standards, and in 2015 they actually found me, and I was helping them to define what we call the Sensor Web Common Specification. And this Sensor Web Common Specification that serves the rules of defining the high-level rules to tell all the you can say government agencies and all the players when they are are sharing the sensor observations online, that's the rules they need to follow. And basically, this common specification actually asking people to follow international specific international open standards. Okay. And in 2018, we revised this common specification and then include what we call the OGC Sensor Sync API standard. Okay, and then that's the first part of the development, IoT infrastructure development in Taiwan. And the standard that we defined is actually a suite of standards from the OGC, which is called Sensor Web Enablement, the SWE. And so to be precise, what we did is we defined the specification and improvements on services, and then do some online tutorial and courses and forum. And the specification that we defined, actually the important thing is this structure. So on the top, actually we defined the sensor web combo, but however, that doesn't dig into the specific domain. For example, we don't define the standard we don't talk about the standard for the transportation. We don't define the standard for smart health thing, smart home. We don't define the standard for industry. So the different domains, they need to have their own defined standards. So that's their decision. That's their decision to make. For example, for the air quality, you need to define, say, what's the PM 2.5? What's the term to call the PM 2.5? Should it be PM 2.5, or should it be particle matter 2.5, or should be like micro particle meter? So they need to have a commonly agreed way to describe their data. So that's the second level, that's the domain-specific standards. And then the bottom part, that's the international open standards that take as references. So with these structure designed, then we can talk about, say, different domain data model. For example, like for the air quality, we can define that, okay, so this station, we define it as a thing, as an IoT thing, which is a Dongsha Auto Station, weather station, and the corresponding location is at which latitude and longitude, and it has a certain sensor measuring the PM 2.5, and the observed phenomena is the PM 2.5, and where it's observing is at this certain location, which is defined as the feature of interest, and then it can measure a certain observation with the result and also the corresponding phenomenon time. And everything will be packaged as, you can say, kind of like the folder of the data stream. And this data stream is linked to this sensor station, which is the thing. So we can define this way to package this data set, and then this structure can be also extended to other types of domain. For example, like earthquake. For earthquake, we can also use a thing to define the station, use the location to describe the location of this station, and describe the sensor, describe the phenomena it's measuring, describe the location that it is measuring, and then you can get the corresponding result, and also when he observe these when he makes this observation. And finally, use the data stream to connect everything. So the same, as you can see, the same data model can be used to describe different domain sensor observations. So with this, we can achieve what we call the coherent IoT data. So to address the problem that we face of the IoT heterogeneity. So for example, these slides actually shows that the air quality data, water level data, and also the rainfall data from different organizations, by having this standardization process, then everything can actually be coherent, and you can, for users' from users' perspective, you can obtain those information, and also you can understand those information with the same standard. So that's very easy to integrate everything together. Okay, so that's the standard. And in Taiwan, actually, there is also we have started to implement this infrastructure. And starting in like 2016, there's a big project in Taiwan which is called Forward-Looking Infrastructure Development. And inside that project, we have what we call the Civil IoT Taiwan project. And in 2017, I was also like helping them. I'm actually also right now helping them to extend the data inside this Civil IoT platform. So the idea of this Civil IoT data service platform is they are trying to get all the data, all the sensor observations data into the SensorSync API standard and then share it online again so that other people can just follow one standard and then to utilize all the sensor observation data from different domains. Okay, so these are some screenshots of the data services that we have. For example, like the air quality data, earthquake data, alert data. They are from a different organization, and then those data has been converted into the same standard. And water resources data, weather data as well. So everything has been unified, and then from users' point of view, they can just use the same tool to get those information. And from the research point of view, actually, the data management, talking about how to improve the data management performance. So we use something called a combined index, and then it's like, of course, it's more than a combined index. We use a more complicated combined index to improve the database query efficiency. And the result shows that it's the twice faster than the PostGIS managing 1 million IoT observations. Okay, so finally, let's talk about the digital twin. So IoT is important to the city management, but however, city management not only consider the IoT, it also needs to consider the geospatial features. So from the new term, which is called the digital twin, it's kind of like mimic or simulate the same environment in the information world, in the computer environment. So for the city management, it's kind of like you have a virtual city, and this virtual city representing the same physical city that we have. So we need to obtain the 3D models. We need to obtain the real-time sensor observations, and then inside this digital twin infrastructure, we need to integrate those information together or even enhance those information. And inside this infrastructure, you need to talk about the management of the data and process of the data, and also how to supply those observation or 3D information or the sensor observation. And then finally, this infrastructure can support different types of application. And finally, with the IoT tasking capability, you can you can change you can change the physical world. And on the other hand, it's also with some human-computer interaction, the human beings can also influence the physical world as well. So that is the technical framework that we design. And right now, we have a big project with different organizations in Taiwan, which is called Integrated Research on Digital Infrastructure and Multidimensional and Multidisciplinary Models. So the idea for this is we try to realize this digital twin vision. So this is the overall architecture, or you can say the system architecture. So from the surveying and also the IoT, we can obtain the geospatial data and also the sensing and tasking capabilities. And by having what we call the integration ontology, then those information between the three-dimensional information and the sensor observations, they can be linked together to become a linked data. And with the help from the research of the multidimensional models, and then we can fuse those data and then to become real-time sensor data, real-time observation stream, and also the historical fused data. And those information can be used to support different application or services. And so that that is the infrastructure architecture that we designed for the digital twin. Okay, and okay, so yeah, so right now this project actually mainly focusing on the weather model, the integration between the city scale weather model and urban flood model, and also the building scale wind field model. And what we try to achieve is the smart agriculture, urban flood navigation, and also the small wind turbine siting applications. So let me briefly talk about what we have achieved till now, like ICT technology. So including the IoT data management and processing platform, we have what we call the data feeder to get the information from the raw data. And then we have the data management services, and we have the data processing services. So everything is by having these what we call the microservice platform. And so each of the tasks is divided into the microservices. And in terms of the high resolution weather model, we integrate the existing weather model with the satellite information and also IoT information. So for example, with the IoT assimilation, then the weather model can be the resolution can be increased to 1 kilometer. And then the information is more similar to the real observation data. Okay, and in terms of the what we call the urban flood model, actually our team actually proposed a solution which is called the coast flow, and this is the coast flow model simulation without building model and with building model. So as you can see with the building model, and we can have a more accurate estimation of the urban flood on the building regions. But however, of course, it takes more time to simulate it. And so that's well, of course, that's a trade-off. And this is another research topic that we have done before. Basically, we defined the integration ontology to integrate different types of data together, including the IoT data, the three-dimensional building models, and indoor navigation routes. And so here are some of our like preliminary results, and this which means that when you have a route, when you have a what we call the flood happen, then we can like have a dynamically changed route suggestion. So I hope the video plays well over there. So basically means it's we use Unity gaming engine to create this application. So you can set the starting point and the destination, and then you can calculate a certain like shortest path. But however, with the like moving of the time and with the flood event, and then these shortest paths will change according to the current flood coverage, and then it will look for the shortest path. It will like dynamically change the route network and give you a good, a better suggestion of the route of the route that you want to take from the starting point to your destination. So from the city management point of view, that is also one like useful tool. And on the other hand, we also integrate what we call the weather model and also the urban wind field model. So this is what we call the wind turbine site selection. So this is also by using the Unity as the Unity to create this application. So you can and as you can see here, we have a certain three-dimensional building over there, and then you can move to different places. And then another thing is we already have the what we call the urban wind field. So you can move this you can say section in this application to see where are the like strong winds. And then after you find out where are the strong winds, then you can simulate the siting of these wind turbine. And then after you place the wind turbine, then you can calculate what could be the potential like power production for those from those wind turbines. Okay, so as you can see, these are just some preliminary result of like combining the multi-dimensional models in these like coherent environments, and those are just the small parts of the city management. So as the final word, so basically, smart city digital twin cyber infrastructure, that's what we are trying to achieve, is necessary for sustainable urbanization. So as you can see, this is still very preliminary. So hopefully in the coming years, we can gradually and to achieve these digital twin smart city cyber infrastructure. Okay, so that's everything I've prepared. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Associate Professor Huang Chin Yuan from National Central University, who has delivered his presentations for today's conference. Please give applause for our second keynote speaker. All right, thank you, Professor Huang. So I think now we move to the next agenda, which is Q&A sessions. So I think for all participants in this room and in Zoom meeting who has question, you may deliver it, you may ask the questions to our two keynote speakers. So we also audience from the Zoom meeting can also send your question through chat box. So then we can read your question and then ask the keynote speaker to answer the questions. So we got one here for the first questioner from the students. Yes. Someone please give the question at the speaker, please. All right.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thanks for the opportunity. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Maulana Rafinda, and I'm a student from Technology Information Department. I have a question for Professor Huang. My question is, I would like to hear your insight whether it's possible if that open standard that used in Taiwan also applied in Indonesia if we want to start the smart city. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Professor, is that clear enough for you? Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Let me answer the question.
It's very clear. So thank you for the question. And my answer is very short. Yes. So actually, this standard is also applicable in different countries. And as I mentioned, it's the international open standard. So when different countries they want to follow this structure, I think I believe it's possible. And also, in my personal opinion, that's the way to do it. When you want to like construct or certain city management infrastructure, that the standardization and unify all the information that you are going to collect, that you are going to analyze, that is a very important thing. And standardization is one like critical step that you need to take. And but however, most of the like countries, they just do it without all the standardization consideration. So I think if your city is going to like construct it, I think that the knowledge can be shared, and also I think it can be followed, of course.
All right. So I think that's the answer. Okay, is that clear enough for you? All right. Thank you, Professor Huang. All right.
Thank you.
So, well, now we have like one question from the chat box. Professor, it's for you. So I will read the question. And the questioner asks about, are there evacuation areas large enough for the population of Aceh? Because we know that Aceh has like a huge potential of tsunami. So yeah.
Thank you for the questions. For the evacuation infrastructures, we have 2 points I think we need to look into. Number one is the routes whether our roads are sufficient to accommodate sudden peaks of the population that evacuate immediately. Secondly, whether we have shelters that are enough to accommodate the evacuees. For these questions, I think number one, no, both of them are not sufficient, are not enough to facilitate the fast and enough facilities to all evacuees. We have problem with the traffic congestion, not only during the emergency period, but also during daily life. Well, we observe number of traffic jams everywhere. Obviously, there will be another worse condition in case of emergency. That happened in 2012 when there was double earthquake 8.6 and 8.2 at the same time, at the same day, almost like 1 hour in between. So everyone were using road to evacuate, and then we observed many traffic congestion, even traffic accidents happen during that time. That means our roads are not enough to accommodate the evacuees. Secondly, about the shelters, the tsunami evacuation building, for example. Here in Melabu, we only have one official evacuation building that actually belong to BPBD, Local Disaster Management Agency in Suaribe. And we have a number of shop buildings around Teguh Umar Road. That's the only official designated tsunami shelters. For the number of evacuees, they are not enough to accommodate them all. So what can we do is to replicate what the BPBD, the Aceh, West Aceh Disaster Management Agency did sometime like 5 or 6 years ago, by changing private and individual buildings to facilitate as tsunami evacuation shelters. So we need to deal with, for example, with hotels, with government offices, and even houses, individual houses. So they will allow people to use their rooftop or upper structures of the building, so then people can evacuate to those buildings. Secondly, about the roads, this one is, I think, the local governments should seriously taking into account to make the roads sufficient and adequate for the evacuation process. But actually, this is not the only problem happen in Aceh Barat or West Aceh. But I think we observed that most of the coastal cities in Indonesia also have the same similar condition, like the one that happened in Lombok a couple of years ago, when the big earthquake occurred in that island. People ran to higher ground, and traffic jams everywhere. There were many traffic accidents, and even the official evacuation shelters that is actually located in North Lombok, the stairway of the structure was collapsed. So you can imagine that people were expected to run second and third floor of the building, but the stairway were collapsed. So it's pointless, right? So when people reach that building, they did not go to the higher ground, to the higher floor, because the stairway is already broken. So that is a big homework and task that we need to deal with right now. I think that's my response.
Thank you so much, Professor. So I think we will be having like one more questioner for the first session. So Bu Astia. So yeah, okay, yeah. We go to Bu Astia first, I think. Yeah, someone please give a mic for Bu Astia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for giving time to me. My name is Astia Amir. the lecture of civil engineering department. My asking is how the different the risk, the probability, the risk of tsunami in Malabo and Aceh Jaya if we review the models of the building and distance the building from the limit beach and the data Bartimich in Melaboh and Aceh Jaya. Thank you.
Is that clear enough, Professor?
I repeat.
Okay. Yeah. Is that clear enough for you? Okay.
Were you were Ibu sorry, can I? So Ibu bertanya masalah data batimetri di Aceh Jaya dan Aceh Barat. Yang kedua tadi terkait apa?
The distance building from the beach.
Jaraknya.
About the building code, yes. The building code.
The
building code.
The building code. Oh, okay. Okay. Right. So about the bathymetry data, in Malabo is quite milder than compared to in Aceh Jaya. So jadi bathymetry kontur bathymetry di Aceh Barat ini sebenarnya lebih landai dibandingkan dengan bathymetry yang ada di Aceh Jaya. That means what if you have a milder slope of the coast of the bathymetry, that means the run up will be farther compared to the one that's steeper. Jadi kalau kita punya secara teori umum sih ya. Jadi kalau misalnya kita punya slope pantai itu lebih landai, maka jangkauan gelombang tsunami itu lebih jauh dibandingkan kalau slope bathymetry kita itu curam atau terjal. Jadi konteksnya itu. So exactly what happened to Banda Aceh. Banda Aceh has very mild slope, coastal slope, especially like some maybe 10 kilometers from the coastline. Dia landai. Jadi makanya that's why it can reach very far from the coastline. That's about the bathymetry. The second one about the building code. Sebenarnya kalau building code kan kita nyaris perubahannya tetap masih merujuk pada standar lama kan ya. Cuma yang berbeda itu adalah percepatan dasar gempanya gitu kan. So we refer to updated earthquake map. That's the difference between before 2004 and after 2004. Sekarang kita pakai ground shaking map yang lebih update daripada yang sebelum 2004. So after 2004, that map been updated twice, 2010 and then the latest one was 2017. What we need to remind people is that the coefficient of peak ground acceleration changed a lot already. I mean, kalau kita patokannya sama tukang gitu ya, kan mereka masih pakai pengalaman ya. So they experience probably extend very far even before 2004. But kalau kita bicara konsep desain bangunan, peak ground acceleration kita itu sekarang berbeda jauh kan. Kalau di Aceh Barat ini saya nggak ingat berapa, sekitar 0,6 apa 0,8 G gitu kan. Dibandingkan sebelum itu mungkin kita hanya pakai sekitar 0,2 atau 0,3 G. That even like two times than before 2004. Jadi itu akan berdampak pada desain bangunan. Jadi I don't think it's a problem with the building code. We don't have problem with building code. The problem is with how people build, how they construct the building, or even start from how they calculate the construction. So we are not you only. We are all the lecturers from civil engineering department need to teach the students that our peak ground acceleration map or shaking map been changed a lot. So don't refer to the old map. My point of view.
Is that good, Bu Astia? Okay, so I think we will be finishing the first session for our first session for Professor Samsidik and Professor Huang. Thank you for coming. So we already finished for the first sessions, and both of our keynote speaker may leave the stage and the Zoom meeting. So if you have another agenda to do, so yeah. Okay, give applause for our first and second speaker. Okay, thank you, Professor Samsidik and Professor Huang. All right, so now we move to the second session. So we, may I check? Operator, may I check? So is our third speaker here already? Professor Ahmad Faisal bin Muhammad Ayub. Is she already here?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm here. All right.
Okay, thank you. So without further ado, we would like to welcome Associate Professor Dr. Ahmad Faisal bin Muhammad Ayub from University Malaysia, Terengganu, Malaysia.
Thank you, Madam MC. So I think you can hear me clearly.
Yeah, can you say something again, Professor, please? We need to check your sound.
Yeah.
Hello, Professor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madam MC, for the introduction. So this is Dr. Faisal from University Malaysia Terengganu. So welcome to the AST 2023. And for this session, I'm going to talk about neuro-evolutionary reinforcement learning of an autonomous underwater vehicle in confined space. So the previous two speakers have discussed about how disaster mitigation works. So the second one talked about how the cyber infrastructure being conducted. So in this particular session, I'm going to discuss about the robotics side or the technological side that we use to model inside the system. All right, so let's go into a little bit of introduction about University Malaysia Terengganu. So this is University Malaysia Terengganu. We are located on the east coast of Malaysia. By distance on map, we are about 700 kilometers from Aceh. And our focus are in science, technology, social science, especially in engineering, science, accounting, and so on. Most of our programs are having special focus in coastal and marine. All right. So this is some of the statistics of students in University Malaysia Terengganu. We have 30% of UMT students which are from the international crowd from Indonesia. So this is very interesting because we continuously would like to support students from Indonesia who want to continue S2 and S3 in our campus. For myself, I have 10 S3 students under my supervision, and most of them are going into graduation, inshallah, next year. Okay, all right. So let's go into the content. For this particular case study, I'm going to talk about a little bit on the goal of the project, the review of the previous work, how we do the environmental setup inside the simulation environment, some of the equations that are being used for hydrostatics and hydrodynamics approximation, and a description of the neuro-evolutionary reinforcement learning for the autonomous underwater vehicle results, and also discussion. Okay, so number one, I would like to define what is an autonomous underwater vehicle, or AUV. So AUV is basically autonomous underwater vehicle that are unmanned, untethered. It's basically underwater vehicle that are used for underwater research and also exploration. So this is defined by National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. So if you look into the figure, we have unmanned vehicle, which are sometimes we see the surface vehicle like the boats, and you can see underwater vehicle, which is the one that are submerged into the water. So the one that we are discussing now is the one that moving autonomously or automatically under the water. So this is the classification for autonomous underwater vehicle. On the left side is remotely operated vehicle, or the ROV. On the right side is autonomous underwater vehicle, which is AUV. On the left side is mostly focused on the low speed positioning. On the right one, we focus on the high speed maneuvering. For this particular case study, we are going to focus on the low speed positioning because the case study that we are doing is for confined space, which is inside of the tunnel. So the goal for underwater vehicle is to provide us with safe travel. So safe travel is very important because if we look into the two case studies that I presented here, which is number one for the cave mapping and modeling, number two is the Thailand cave rescue in 2018. So if we look here, when we have an autonomous underwater vehicle or remotely operated vehicle, there is a risk of hitting the vehicle on the walls or the tunnels. So we want to have safe travel and also accurate maneuver. So for underwater vehicle, it moves very slowly and it needs to be working very safely in order for it to continuously finish their mission. So when we talk about confined space, we are basically talking about tunnel-based waterways. So this is the tunnel-based waterways, the most common shapes that require the use of an ROV, remotely operated vehicle. In a typical tunnel-based waterways, it is very difficult to see. So visibility is the most challenging aspect. So this is the similarity between the Vilina Spinja and the Thai cave rescue, which is the variation of curve that need to be negotiated by the ROV in order for it to get into the intended destination safely. So for this particular project, we use ROV under the classification of observation class. So observation class, typically it moves through yaw, surge, heave, and sway, motion of freedom. So on the left side is one of the example of physical observation class. The name is Stingray ROV. And on the right side is the ROV model used in this work. So in this particular work, we use three thrusters. So 1, 2, and 3, and it is capable to move yaw, surge, and heave. So on the previous work, we see that there are some works on the evolutionary control of an autonomous underwater vehicles in 2008. So this probably served as the starting point. And then when we do the literature review, we don't see much of the work that incorporates evolutionary control for autonomous underwater vehicle. So we see here energy efficient data collection using autonomous underwater vehicle in 2020, by Perez also in 2020, neuroevolutionary control for optimal dynamic soaring. So this might be something that related to this work as well. And also guidance and control of autonomous surface underwater vehicle for target tracking in ocean environment by deep reinforcement learning. So the one that we are doing here is through deep reinforcement learning. So based on the literature review, we see that there is a huge gap for unsupervised training of ROV in confined space. This is probably because of, if we talk about ROV, is very expensive. And the one that we are capable to do is, for reinforcement learning, is to fail a lot by using virtual model. So this is the safest and the most economically sound strategy to develop models, physics models. And for this one, this is the vehicle simulation setup. So for the vehicle simulation setup, we have a naturally buoyant, fully submerged cube. And then, so this one is the naturally buoyant, fully submerged cube. So it's underwater. And then for the environment, we have hydrostatics and hydrodynamics effect. And also for this particular experiments, we use obstacles and also walls. So those environment give forces to the naturally buoyant, fully submerged cube, which is the ROV. So the ROV, they will try to do motion by first try to sense what's surrounding it through the use of sensors. And then based on the sensors, sensor reading, it will calculate the speed and distance measurement and pass it to the controller, in which the neuroevolution-based artificial neural network will be used. So based on the controller output, we will give it to the actuators, which is the thruster. So thruster, this one is the thruster, okay, the propellers, and it will exert forces that move the ROV forward, reverse, or left or right. So for the 3D modeling, there is an option of using computational fluid dynamics. So I'm sure that most of us have heard about computational fluid dynamics. However, CFD is very costly and very slow to execute within the AUV simulator framework. Therefore, we use one of the proposals by Foster in 2011, which is the marine dynamics model. So marine dynamics model is basically a 6-degree of freedom motion modeling, which has the rigid body of mass, and then the velocity component, the acceleration components, the Coriolis and centripetal force metrics, the gravitational force, and also the tau, which is the vector of external forces and moment acting on the autonomous underwater vehicle. So this is 2 parts of the equation. So when we expand the marine dynamics model, so we see this kind of implementation. And this is the rigid body mass, and this is the added mass to the rigid body. And this is also the Coriolis force for the rigid body, and this is the added Coriolis force for the bed body. And D is the drag force, because when we talk about ships or boats or underwater vehicle, we cannot run away from drag. So drag force matrix is included inside of the equation. And we also have gravitational force acting on the rigid body underwater. On the right side is the external forces and moments acting on the rigid body. This is probably because of the use of thrusters to move the rigid body forward. So when we try to reduce the final form of the equation, we see that the rigid body equation reduced to this, which is we have on the left side, which is tau, the external forces and moments due to propeller and also the wave forces. And also we have rigid body forces and moments on the right-hand side of the equation. So that on the equation of the underwater vehicle. So once we're done with that, we need to focus on creating neurocontroller or controller based on artificial neural network. So other forces that acting on the rigid body is the buoyancy forces and also the drag forces acting on the underwater vehicles. So the FB is the buoyant forces in Newton with the standards value for the fluid density and gravity constants. Okay, so now we move on to creating the controller. We call this neuroevolutionary learning-based AUV. So this presented work can be described as a non-linear, gradient-free, population-based, parallelized neuroevolutionary model. Why we use genetic algorithm for this particular neuroevolution work, for this particular reinforcement learning work, is because we try to run away from the risk of diminishing gradients if we try to use gradient-based optimizer. So here we, instead of using gradient-based optimizer, we use genetic algorithm to create the population of neural networks that are capable to prevent itself from hitting the obstacles while trying to maneuver inside of confined space or the tunnel safely. So it starts by initializing the group of population, and then based on that particular population, it try to finish the task, and then the best performing task will going to be grouped and continue to the next iteration or the next generation. So before they go to the next generation, there will be some process like crossover, mutation, before we can before we can select the parents and group into the next experiments. So all right, so we have the objective function, constraint, and agent. For the neuroevolutionary reinforcement learning, the objective function is to maximize the number of checkpoints, which is fx, where variable x is the array of weight and biases that need to be determined by the genetic algorithm. So we have more than 6,000 parameters inside of the neural net, so it can be that big. And each population aims to maximize the number of checkpoints achieved in a prescribed time. For the constraint, is basically Boolean. So which is Boolean whether the robot will going to survive the task or not. So it's going to be 0 and 1. And finally, the agent. Agent is the neural network that drive the robot inside of the water. So it's a neural network model that have width and biases that determine using genetic algorithm. So once we have the models, we are trying to put into the Q-learning method under the reinforcement learning approach. So the Q-learning that we use consists of agents, actions, environment, state, and also reward. So for the Q-learning, we have an agent that have weight and biases, which generated by GA and fed into the neural network. And then neural network will going to decide several actions like the vertical thruster forces, the left thruster forces, and also the right thruster forces. And then they try to measure the environment, whether they are very close to the wall. And also once they complete every checkpoints, we will calculate the number of checkpoints as a reward. And also, if they die, they were going to record whether they died during the experiments, the experimental run. So this is the track that we are using. So the robot needs to move from here and maneuver safely until the end and continue until next generation, so that we're going to get the best agent that are capable to maneuver inside the tunnel or the confined space safely. So for the results and discussion, we try to have this 10 times to measure the standard deviation and see whether what part of the component that are sensitive, or which part of the track that are sensitive for thruster responses. For these particular experiments, we conducted with 40 population, 380 generation, mutation chance of 0.05, and mutation strength of 50%. So for each track, the AUV is allowed to complete within 30 minutes before a new reinforcement learning episode is started. And for the individuals that hit the wall, so this is the top wall, the left, right wall, and the bottom wall. If the ROV cannot balance itself and try to hit the wall, they are deemed unfit and rejected from the population. So this is the results based on the experiments. The total track length is 60 meters. And then for each particular track, so this one is in 1x play speed, and this is the 5 times play speed. If you look into the 5 times play speed, we can see that the ROV is struggling to balance itself in between the tunnel. So this is very critical because in some curves or some corners, the ROV has the tendency to be very close to the wall. So if you try to imagine the Thailand boys cave rescue. So if this is the case, this might be one of the struggle that the AUV will going to face, because inside the wall of inside the cave there are lots of walls that they are possibly going to hit. So we see that given the capability to go speed, move itself in any speed that they want, the ROV managed to decide that the average speed is 0.25 meter per second. So which means that it is intelligently able to set its own speed. So we see that during the generative algorithm runs, this is the number of generations, and this is the number of checkpoints that we try to maximize. We see that for this particular experiment, in generation 170, if I'm not mistaken, here, the maximum number of checkpoints is about 40 or 45. So we see that this is one of the situation that any optimization work we're going to face. However, with the use of generative algorithm, we managed to jump into more checkpoints through mutation. So through mutation, we can find that there is an agent inside the design space that are able to secure more number of checkpoints. So this is very interesting because without the use of generative algorithm, we are not possibly able to create this particular agent that are capable to maneuver very, very safely inside of the environment. So this is a huge jump that preventing the candidate AUV from getting stuck in a local optima. So if you work in optimization, This is basically one of the challenges in optimization because you don't want the experiments or the agent to start in a local optima. Let's go into the data for the thruster output versus the checkpoints. So if we have checkpoints here throughout the path of the tunnel, we see that this is the AUV and also this is the sensor reading. So zone 1 is basically the zone where it is very, the first corner that we have here, the zone 1, is very easy corner. So we see that if this is the standard deviation and the means, the black one is standard deviation, the mean is the white one. So we see that during corners, there are possibly no thruster for the vertical thruster. So which means that it is very safe. For the left thruster, it wants to turn right. So the left thruster is 100%. And the right thruster, so this is the right thruster, is lesser than the left thruster. So we see that based on this particular corner, it tried to intelligently move. So this is the thruster that the robot is controlling intelligently through the use of neuroevolutionary model. Okay. And then we go to zone 2. Zone 2 is very challenging, and we see there are lots of variation of movement for left vertical thruster, thruster left and thruster right. However, for the thruster left and right is very predictable, in which if it wants to turn right, the left thruster will going to be maximized and vice versa. However, the most challenging is when you take a corner, the ROV try to balance the vertical or the altitude of the robot while maintaining itself from hitting the top side of the tunnel. So this is the characteristics of the vertical thruster that we can see during the zone 2. So this is the zone 2, and see that the ROV consistently try to balance itself and protecting itself from hitting the underneath the underneath wall and also the top wall. So for this particular work, the one that we see on the previous keynotes are on the application for the cyber infrastructure and also the application of modeling for the physical measurement for disaster. So for this particular work, so we use the robotic model to examine if there is a possibility of using underwater robots to save human inside of the tunnel. So we see that for this particular work, external forces and such as buoyancy and drag can be friend and enemy for the autonomous underwater vehicle. So underwater dynamic modeling should ideally model the full 3D movement to better approximate the AUV response given an environmental scenario, which is we have demonstrated in this particular work using Fosson's model, the marine dynamics model. Pairing the underwater dynamics model is the use of genetic algorithm as an alternative to gradient descent. This is very advantageous because the use of neurocontroller, we are able to jump out from the local optimum using stochastic methods. So using the stochastic method, we remove ourselves from being stuck in local optimum. And further environment simulation using more complex confined space shall be presented in future works. This is including the simulated flow close to the wall of the AUV and also close to the wall of the tunnels. So this is for the future. So I think that's conclude the final presentation. The final slide for this particular presentation. So I return this back to the Madam Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you for Professor Dr. Ahmad Faisal bin Muhammad Ayom from University Malaysia Terengganu. Thank you for presenting your presentations. It is so fruitful and knowledgeable. So I think we will be having like Q&A session in the last of our presentation after we completed all the key speakers deliver their presentations. Please stay with us, Professor. So now we move to the fourth keynote speaker, Associate Professor Muhammad Aziz from the University of Tokyo, Japan. All right, so I think the time is yours, Professor.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon, actually. So I don't know whether my voice is clearly
Yes.
live over there. Okay. Okay, before I start my presentation, I just would like to share my screen first. And okay, can you check my slide over there?
Yes, it is clear enough.
Oh, okay, it works. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so it's my great pleasure to be invited today for delivering the talk, and also in case that you have some interest for our work. Actually, we are not only welcoming for the discussion with all of you, but also in case that you have interest for having collaboration with us, we are really also welcoming for that. So I am Aziz from the University of Tokyo, and today I just would like to talk about some part of our works because we are much more focusing on the energy systems. And today I think my talk will be much correlated with any kind of carbon-free energy system, especially with the hydrogens and also electricity, and finally also how the technologies, including digital twin technologies, machine learning, blah, blah, something like that, also supporting this kind of research. And today my talk will be entitled Green Energy Systems and Technologies Toward the Carbon Neutral Society. So before I start my presentations today, I just would like to introduce our lab over here. So we have our independent lab here, and we call it as the Energy and Process Integration Laboratory. And usually in Japan, we call it as the name of the professors. In case that it is my lab, so it is as lab. And in case that you have any interest for or having any kind of detailed information about our laboratory, so you can access our lab website over here, epi.is.u-tokyo.ac.jp. And currently we have about 18 students in our lab, and also another three researchers. So we are now about 21 people working together in our laboratory. Okay, so we have also some topic research in our lab, actually, including also the macroscopic things. So we are designing, also optimizing the energy systems. That's in different levels, whether in like small scale, including the power generations, and also large scale, including the certain region or countries, or certain like regions, including the Asia Pacific or etc. And so we are developing also some kinds of elemental technologies, including hydrogen productions, hydrogen storage, and also hydrogen utilizations. And also we are also working on batteries, including redox flow battery and also solid state battery. And also finally, also we are also working on how we can utilize further or any kind of advanced utilization of electric vehicles in our energy systems. Okay, so as the introductions of my talk today, it is quite general things that I can deliver now. So we start from the discussion about the energy sustainability, and when we are talking about the energy sustainability, means that we must include these three different pillars, including the energy security, energy equity, and also finally the environmental sustainability. So starting from the energy security, that's the definition of energy security, I think, is quite changing. The mindset also quite changing. So we are moving from any kind of conventional definition of energy security to any kind of modern energy security. And the conventional energy security, basically, we are much more focusing on our capability to fulfill the demands of the energy. But actually, in our modern society, in our modern definition of the energy systems, you are not only focusing on the quantitative aspects of the energy security, but also the most important things over here is that we are also need to focus on how far we can deliver high quality of the energy, especially when we are talking about renewable energy, means that both supply and also demand sides, they are fluctuating. So the big idea for here is that how far we can have any kind of systems or energy systems that can balance both supply and also demand side, and also provide high quality of the energy. So that's the big things that we need to develop in the futures. And also the second aspect or second pillars in the energy systems is also correlated with energy equity. So as we could also understand that when we are talking about renewable energy, renewable energy basically is widely and also thinly distributed. Means that in case that we would like to optimize or facilitate or introduce maximally renewable energy, means that we need to facilitate all the sources available for the renewable energy. So how far we can facilitate all the stakeholders of our years, including small-scale energy providers like our homes, our offices, or other buildings, or etc. And basically, in this case, we need to build any kind of open market that can facilitate all the stakeholders to participate actively in the energy market. So we are moving from the conventional definition of producers and also consumers of the energy, but in the futures, we are trying to combining this kind of stakeholders. We call it as the prosumer. So producer and also consumers, they can behave simultaneously. And the third aspect is correlated with environmental sustainability, but I think all of you are also quite familiar with this one. But I just would like to remind to all of us that it is not only correlated with the CO2 emissions or other things, but we need also include the nexus or the strong correlation between the quality of the air, the water, food, soil, or etc. Means that we need to have any kind of comprehensive understandings about the sustainability for our nature. So, and this is also in case that we can keep this kind of three pillars together simultaneously, means that we would like to have any kind of good or strong energy resilience, and then we can also maybe it is expected that we can also have any kind of the realizations of SDGs or Sustainable Development Goals. So the main idea of now currently is that we are moving from any kind of conventional things, conventional energy system, to any kind of zero carbon energy system. So we are now in the transition period. So I think it's also very challenging for all of us. So when we are talking about the energy transition, means that minimally we would like to have this kind of 4 different aspects in the energy transition, including decarbonization in our power generation or our electricity. And the second one is decarbonization in non-electricity, means that it's like transportations, industries, or etc. And the third one is correlated with the energy productivity, how far we can increase the energy productivity, energy conservation, and also the energy efficiency. Yeah, there will be any kind of different definition between the energy conservation, energy efficiency, and also energy productivity, but I don't want to talk in detail about this one. And the fourth one is correlated with how far we can build any kind of scenario that can minimize the CO2 emissions in our atmosphere. So I think previous keynote speakers also have talked quite detail about the some technologies, something like that. But I just would like to remind to all of us that energy transformation, or any kind of digital transformation, technological transformation, society transformation, or any kind of transformation is basically the tools. It is not our objective. This is not our main goals over here. So we have 2 different paradigms now. Currently, we have Industry 4.0, Society 5.0. Yeah, both of them are basically, they are sharing quite big idea for the digital transformations. But although Society 5.0 things, in my opinion, is much more focusing on how far we can also include not only the technological changes or technological transformation, but also how far our culture, our mindset also can be included in this kind of digital or any kind of technological transformation. So especially when we are talking about the energy, so how far we can combine together between our energy concept and also our economic concept over here, including also the environmental consideration. So we are moving from any kind of linear economy to any kind of circular economy. So in circular economy, what we would like to have over here is that we would like to minimize the input of the energy and also the materials over here, and also as well as also to minimize the output or the waste, including the waste of the materials and also the waste of the energy. So the main target over here is that how far we can maximize the circulated materials and also energy inside the society, as well as also maximize the impacts, also maximize also the economic performance. So I think all of you also are quite familiar with this one. This is the concept of the circular economy. So in the conventional one, we have an idea from the cradle to grave, but now we are moving not from the cradle to grave, but cradle to cradle. Means that the waste, whether it is material waste or energy waste, or it can be utilized for other processes. So it can be any kind of cradle, it can be any kind of important materials and also energy input for the next processes. So that's very important. So the main idea for you is that how far we can circulate all the materials and also the energy inside our systems or inside also our society. So when we are talking about the digital transformations or any kind of technological informations, I think that's also strongly correlated with us because we are also working in the energy systems in general. So we have usually when we are talking about the energy systems, finally we are talking about these 4 technologies: IoT. So we would like to have any kind of big data, how we can collect the data, including behaviors, including renewable energy or etc. And the second one is also from the big data, how far we can process this kind of big data. So like from the previous speakers, I think many speakers, they are talking about the machine learning, prediction, blah, blah, something like that. So I think they will be correlated strongly with this kind of idea, artificial intelligence. And the third one is once we have any kind of big data, and the big data can be processed with any kind of artificial intelligence, when we got any kind of decision on any kind of trends over there, and finally, how far we can translate or we can have any kind of what we call as the actions to our real world. So we need any kind of robotics technology over years, and finally also to facilitate all the distributed systems over years means that we need also our distributed ledger technology, including blockchains or etc. So this is about the change or the shift in our energy systems. We are currently moving from this one conventional energy system to any kind of future energy systems. What is the big difference over here is that for the currents, we are now laying strongly on fossil fuels over years. And the big benefits of the fossil fuel is that it can provide any kind of very stable energy provision or energy input over here. So we usually call it as the base load generations. But in the futures, because we would like to optimize the introduction of renewable energy and also minimize the curtailment of renewable energy, means that we would like to facilitate all this kind of fluctuation, including fluctuations in the supply and also fluctuation in the demand. So in this case, I think the big idea is that how far we can play in the adjusting power generation or any kind of energy balancing systems. So including whether it is correlated with electricity, it is correlated with the chemical energy or any others energy buffer or storage. So this is the general roadmap for decarbonization in Indonesia. So now we are moving from governments and also many academia researchers. We are much more focusing on the discussion about renewable energy, how far we can maximize or optimize our renewable energy introduction in this case. And also another policy discussion also correlated with the deforestations, carbon trading, carbon tax, or etc. But the big problems over here is that we need to understand that the carbon captures is very, very expensive. So for the carbon captures, now currently the cost is about 20 until $30 per ton CO2. Means that the gap between the carbon tax and also the carbon capture cost is still very high. In Indonesian case, we have carbon tax about $2 per ton, while the cost for the carbon capture is about 20 to 30. Means that that's only about 10% or 20% of the carbon capture cost. So we are expecting that in the futures where we are increasing the carbon tax, increasing the carbon tax means that also they increase the cost for the fossil-based energy. So on the other hand, we need also to reduce the carbon capture cost. So it means that like in 2035 or 2040, we are expecting that there will be any kind of good competition between carbon capture and also carbon tax. People can select whether they would like to capture the CO2 they emitted, or basically they pay the carbon tax in case they would like to emit the CO2. So this is also some possible energy roadmap for Indonesian case. We have commitment to achieve zero carbon by 2060, although that's very challenging for all of us, not only for Indonesian case, but also for other countries, including Japan. Japan has a commitment in that by 2050 for achieving zero carbon, but I think it's also unachievable. But the main ideas over here is that we need to set up any kind of goals, any kind of objectives, and also set up any kind of measurable and also feasible milestones. So we can break down into 5 or 10 years milestones. So we can adopt any kind of renewable energy, we can adopt any kind of carbon-free energy systems over here, including also hydrogens, ammonia, or etc., or maybe any kind of carbon-neutral resources. And also, we need also to maximize or facilitate the introductions of energy storage, including also electric vehicles. Otherwise, in case that we cannot control the electric vehicles that maybe will be massively adopted in Indonesia about by 2030, something like that, finally, there will be any kind of big problems in our energy system, especially the electricity. So it means that in case we must have any kind of capability to control or to coordinate the charging and also discharging behaviors of electric vehicles in our energy systems. Another idea is that we also need to improve our capacity, including also for renewable energy, and also for how far we can have any kind of coal-firing technology or any kind of like co-combustion technology for our coal-fired power plants, whether we would like to use any kind of ammonia and also biomass or etc. And also maybe there is any possibility also for adapting our nuclear power plant. There are some promising or feasible energy storage in Indonesian case, but I just would like to mention in quite deep about the possibility for utilizations of hydrogen in Indonesian case over here. So we have different options for the energy storage in Indonesian case, including also the hydrogens and also any kind of e-fuels. E-fuels means like methanol or etc. And also the electric vehicles, secondary batteries, and also some others energy storage, including batteries and also pumped hydro. So talking about the hydrogens over here, the hydrogen is basically, when we are talking about the chemical energy, basically we are talking or discussing about 2 different elements, carbons and also hydrogens. But when we are talking about we are adopting carbon, means that we are emitting CO2. So the option for the carbon-free over here is that we are utilizing carbon hydrogens or its derivatives, including ammonia, etc. So the big issue over here is that hydrogen is very, very, I think, promising. But the problem is that its volumetric energy density is very low. So for the gravimetric energy density, 120 megajoule per kilogram of hydrogens, it's very, very effective. It's very high. I think that's the highest gravimetric energy density that we can have. But unfortunately, its volumetric energy density or energy density by volume is very low. So when we are dealing with this kind of hydrogen, means that the storage for the hydrogen is very important. Whether we would like to have any kind of compression, liquid, or we change or we rewarm to any kind of methyl cyclohexanes, ammonia, methanol, or etc. So we have different options, but also we need also to consider the scenario behind that. So the utilization for the hydrogen, also ammonia, are quite wide, not only limited to any kind of transportation. So it is very important that it is not only limited to transportation, especially for the passenger cars, but hydrogen itself is very, very promising for any kind of other utilization. And other things, I believe that the utilization of hydrogen for power generation and also for industrial utilization, including cement industries and also steel making industries, I think will be much bigger compared to any kind of transportation systems. And for the transportations, although now currently maybe some of us still thinking that hydrogen is quite promising for small-scale cars or passenger cars, but I think the main utilization of hydrogen in the future will be any kind of transportation system which need high gravimetric energy density. That's include the aviations, maritime ships, and also another large-scale train or buses. So this is the possible roadmap for hydrogen adoption in Indonesian case. Now we are moving or introducing the hydrogen in Indonesia. We have different projects in Indonesia also, including co-firings and also hydrogen productions. Now we are also collaborating with some institutions in Indonesia, with universities and also some research institutions. And also the second stage is very, very important for all of us, is that it is the infrastructure's development. So to achieve any kind of hydrogen economy in the futures, we cannot expect that from beginnings we can have any kind of economic profit. No. So we must be able to understand that after the pilot or any kind of export, after that, how far we can build infrastructures in our country, and then finally we can expect any kind of hydrogen economy after that. So the case will be quite different compared to other countries, including developed countries, Japan's, Europeans, and also some United States. We can start from any kind of domestic large scale or for the hydrogen utilization, especially that's including the co-firings and also any kind of dedicated combustions for replacing the currently running natural gas-based power generations. And also we can also have any kind of export-oriented. So we can also join for the exporting the hydrogens into other countries, including Japan, Korea, and also maybe probably China in the future. And also finally, once our infrastructure has been developed, means that we can also have very wide domestic utilizations of hydrogens. So this is the possible hydrogen application in detail, Indonesian case. Now we are moving from this one. So we are now, we are still discussing with several partners in Indonesia, including also Toyota and also other, and also Ministry of Energy and Resources. So that's still about pilot scales of a hydrogen introduction in Indonesian case. But what our expectation is that we are trying to adopt or to introduce hydrogen for massive scales, including power generations and also huge transportation, large-scale transportation systems, and also industrial one. So in this case, industrial player, like for the steel making, iron and steel making, and also cement industries, basically they are big demands for the hydrogen itself. So from now on, I just would like to introduce several research related with the hydrogens that we are doing now, currently, especially correlated with the idea of digital twin technology. So when we are talking about the Society 5.0, Industry 4.0, means that at that time we are talking also about the digital transformations. So big idea over here is that all the stakeholders, including energy producers, energy consumers, energy operators, basically we are sharing the big data together. And also we would like to build any kind of system that can facilitate that. So it means that we also need any kind of open market together. So all the data will be shared together, and also as well as also the systems. So, but the problem is that the system itself becomes very large. So we are not only relying on any kind of real world only. So I mean, it's like everything must be conducted via experiments. No, that's very, very cost intensive. And so that's why in our energy systems also, we are adopting any kind of digital twin technology now currently. So this is the combinations of, we are trying to integrate between the virtual world and also with the digital, with the real world. So because the systems is very, very complicated, parameters also very, very complicated. You can imagine that for predicting the energy, or like for the futures or tomorrow's energy, means that we need also to consider or to deal with any kind of big data for about 10 years, 20 years, something like that, or for any kind of renewable energy sources, demands, etc. Means that the big data is also included over years. So for the digital twin over years, the main things of, we are not only predicting, we are not only simulating, but the main idea is that how far we can combine together different virtual and also real world, but in simultaneous manner. So in real time manner. So that's very important. So it is beyond the simulations. It is beyond any kind of like machine learning itself. But we need also very, very responsive system or simultaneous system that can combined together for different words. So we are dealing with any kind of big data, we are dealing with any kind of cloud computings, extended reality, artificial intelligence, also for the monitoring or censoring, we are using also IoT over years. So this is some technologies that also we are collated with. It is how far we can protect our energy productions, energy storage, and also energy utilization or energy demand. So the system will be quite complicated over years, and the data also will be very huge. And the players, there are many players over years. So we are also needing any kind of blockchain technology over years. So this is the technology that we are also developing currently for power generations. How far, in case that our power generations can responsibly behaves to the change in the fluctuations in the supply side, also demand side over here. So there are some also another applications of the digital twin, but I think because I think I'm running out of time, so I just would like to skip this one. And also we have also developed some methods for machine learning technology. We move from rule-based to any kind of model-based. In model-based, we are setting up any kind of objective functions, whether that's for the economy, whether that for the energy efficiency, environmental performance, or etc. And then finally, we are moving for the model-free or over here. So for the model-free means that the system itself finally can also predict or can optimize by itself. So we can predict like by 2030, 2040, 2050 whether we can achieve any kind of carbon neutrality or not. So we have any kind of reward and also punishment function over here, and that will be accumulated. So it means that we can predict what's really happen in the future. So we have also developed this kind of technology, Double Dip QNAP. But in case that you are having any kind of interest, maybe you can also access our purpose paper over here. And this is the training result, and etc. And also we are now currently adopting any kind of research correlated how far we can optimize the hydrogen-based energy systems in different countries level. So like China, Japan, and also we are also now currently working for Indonesian case. Because the sources are also quite different. We can have any kind of natural gas-based or any kind of fossil fuel-based gas-based hydrogens, and also renewable energy-based hydrogen productions, while the demands is also quite challenging, including also for the fertilizers and also for the energy, including power generations or etc. And then this is the digital twin in combustion technology. So we are not only working for the highly advanced simulations for achieving any kind of high accuracy of the simulation during the predictions, during the prediction for the hydrogen combustions. The big problem for the hydrogen is that when it is combust, means that we just produce the water. Water doesn't have any kind of color, or basically it is ultraviolet region. So that's a real difference. When we combust any kind of carbon-based fuels, at that times we can see any kind of red or blue flames. But in case of hydrogen, we cannot have this kind of color. So because it is not in infrared or near infrared regions, but it's in ultraviolet regions. So our bare eyes cannot check that. Cannot check the flames over there. So we are adopting any kind of simulation technology, and also finally also PIN, physics-informed neural network, to simultaneously predict the hydrogen combustion over here. So this is our my last slide actually. So what our country needs for energy security, for achieving energy sustainability, and especially for hydrogen-based energy system in the future. So the big idea over here is that how far we can have any kind of clear scenario. We are not only having any kind of commitments for achieving zero carbon by 2060, but the big problems over here is that how far we can break down the problems, how far we can break down into any kind of achievable and also measurable milestone for 5 years, 10 years, something like that. And then also the big idea is for the technological mastery. And also for bypassing technology, not only following the success story from other countries, but also how far we can build our own scenario, and then we can bypass the technology. And so we need also to create the market, especially for the open market. And finally, also another issues, including the social acceptance, infrastructures, and also policies. Okay, thank you very much for your attentions. In case that you have any interest for collaborating with us, and also like for having visiting to our laboratory, we are actually welcoming for that. So in case that also you have any ideas for having discussion with us, we are also recommend for that. Thank you very much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for Professor Aziz who has delivered the speech, the presentations for today's conference. So before we go to the Q&A sessions, we would like to welcome our last keynote speaker. Dr. Nguyen Minh Thien. May I check? Is our last keynote speaker here already?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Could
All
see
right.
my slides?
Okay, Dr. Nguyen.
Yes, I'm here. Do you hear me?
Okay, yes, I can hear you clearly. All right. So now we would like to welcome you to present your presentations. All right.
Yep.
Okay. Time and stage is yours.
Okay, let me share the screen first. So do you see my slide? Excuse me? Could you see my sharing?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, thank you. So thank you for inviting me to have the speech today at the first conference on the applied engineering, science, technology, and innovation. It's my pleasure to give the speech. So thank you very much. My name is Nguyen Minh Thien from Vietnam. I worked in the Automotive Technology Department of Mechanical Engineering, University of Technology and Education. So I would like to share a little bit information about laminar flame speed of ammonia syngas combustion in constant molten combustion vessel. So before I talk my topics, I would like to share a little bit information our universities. So university is technology and education. We have affiliate at 19 city, and after 72 years, now we become the University of Technology and Education, the member of the University of Da Nang. So our training program including 7 functional office, 6 faculty and 6 center and 2 institute, including the mechanical engineering, electrical, electronic engineering, civil engineering, chemical technology, environment, education and industrial, and the last one is the digital technology. So during time, we have the many collaboration with the UK, European University, USA, and also we have the collaboration with the Southeast Asia country, including Malaysia, Singapore, and Philippines, and the other university from Taiwan, Korea, and Japan. And we have a lot of international project. Recently, we have cooperated with AUS from France to have funding for research in environment and energy. So that's, I hope the little bit information our university will give you the short interview, and we hope we have the more collaboration between our university with yours in future. So now let me come back to my topic about the ammonia combustions. So as you know, the global warming is a big problem we have to face now. And according to a report of NASA, the summer of 2023 is the hottest season. You see the global temperature distribution on the Earth is about, the highest temperature increase about 4 degrees Celsius. And the average temperature increase in 2023 is about 1.5 degrees Celsius. It's very big problem we have to face now. So that's many countries have promised to reach the net zero carbon from the COP26 and to COP27. That requires all the countries on the world to make extra effort to address the climate crisis to meet the net zero strategy. So to do so, to reducing the carbon emission in the industry, in the power plant, or in the transportation is by using the sustainable or renewable energy is the effective solution to meet the net zero. Recently, the ammonia is considered as the alternative fuel. And we see at the report by Hermanet in the Fuel Communication 2022, there's the extraordinary increased research in the fuel ammonia fuel published in the Fuel Journal. You see it's very increased very fast. So why is ammonia considered as a promising fuel? Because the ammonia is carbon-free fuel. Like we know, when we burn the ammonia, there's no carbon CO2 in the combustion product. And ammonia also is a renewable fuel because to produce the ammonia, we can use different sustainable energies, for example, like solar photonate or wind energy to make the ammonia. The final product will deliver to many fuel, like transportation, process industry, or in the energies. Ammonia also is easy to liquefy, and so that's the story. Ammonia is more efficiency than the hydrogen. But the utilization of the ammonia fuel, they have restricted by several disadvantages. For example, as we see in the table here, the flammability limits of ammonia fuel is very narrow compared to the other fuels like hydrogen, methane, or propane. The other disadvantage like low flame speed. We see ammonia flame speed is the highest one is about 7 centimeters per second at equivalent ratio of 1.1. And the other is the very high ignition energy. If we want to burn the ammonia fuel, we have to use the powerful ignition system to make sure the successful flame propagation. And the last and the biggest challenge is the very high NOx in the combustion product. You see, the NOx, when we burn the ammonia fuel, the NOx is from not only from thermal NOx, also from the fuel NOx. So I'm not going to deep inside how the NOx formation by using this mechanism. So how the study very well documented in many previous research. So I will skip this. So to enhance the utilization of the ammonia fuel as the alternative fuel in the future, we need to enhance the fundamental combustion characteristic of ammonia flame. So there's many methods, but to enhance the ammonia flame, so using high reactive fuel to add inside the ammonia flame is the best, the effective solution. For example, here we can see they can use hydrogen or methane or even the syngas. So to increase the laminar flame speed of the ammonia. So in this topic, I want to focus on how to use the syngas to enhance the flame speed of the ammonia. So why I consider the syngas? As you know, the solid waste management in Vietnam, according to this slide, we see in the urban areas, it's about 38,000 tons per day, and they have 15% uncollected. And the countryside is about 32,000 tons per day, and the uncollected is 50%. To treat this solid waste, we use a different technology, but the direct burn the solid waste is the main method. It occurs about 70%. So this method is emit a lot of emission that cause the global warming problem. So the effective method here, we have to change the waste to energy. Now we build the hybrid renewable energy system that combines the different kind of energy, solar energy, gas fire to make the different fuel, gas fuel, and biogas in the same container. And then that's kind of the gas fuel we support to the combustion device to generate the electricity. So we call that the hybrid renewable energy system we have developed now. And that's the reason why I'm focused on the syngas here to add it into the ammonia flame. To have the experiment on the ammonia flame with syngas, we do experiment on the combustion, constant volume combustion chamber at the figure here. So this is from the Freebird research we study in the syngas. Syngas have the many kind of element inside, like hydrogen, carbon monoxide, and methane, and the other is like nitrogen and a little bit water inside. So I'm not go detail in the how to implement the experiment in this kind of chamber. So I will skip because the time is limited. So to obtain the laminar flame switch, there are many methods to do that thing. Our method is used here in the using the pressurized method. So after burn in the combustion chamber, we record the pressurized inside the chamber, and using this function to obtain the value of the laminar flame switch here. Use some code in the MATLAB, and then we can obtain this laminar flame switch. So to show how the uncertainty between our method with the other, like the shooting image or simulation, we have compared the results here at 2 atm. Temperature is 300 Kelvin. For the mixture is ammonia and syngas. We see our method is quite good agreement with the previous one, especially the best result in the range of 0.9 to 1.2 of equivalent ratio. In the very lean side or very rich side, they have a little bit large uncertainty, but I think it's an acceptable result. So smooth to net results. In this results, we try to indicate how the syngas effect on the ammonia flame by using different constituent syngas and different fraction. So as the figure show, like we use the 50% ammonia, 50% syngas at 3 atm with SC is about equal 1, and we change the nitrogen fraction inside the syngas, and we see the results. If we increase the nitrogen inside, the flame speed will decrease. The higher flame speed of mixture is about 22 centimeter per second at phi equal 1.1. That's quite agree with the simulation results. It's noticed that in the simulation we use the mechanism from May in 2020. And the other result is we keep the constitution of the syngas constant, like 30% hydrogen, 30% CO, and 40% nitrogen. But we change the fraction of syngas inside the mixture. As we see, if we increase the percentage of syngas, the flame speed is higher, increase. And also reach the maximum value at phi equal 1.1 here. And from those results, I think syngas, different syngas fraction, they have different effects. And because now they have a lot of data on syngas ammonia flame speed, so I think this meaningful results to validate the mechanism for better model in a combustion model later. So before closing the presentation, I would conclude some results. According to our experiment, we see our methods use pressurized method that have good agreement results with the shooting method or simulation. And the results showed us the syngas a promising alternative fuel to enhance the flame speed of the ammonia, increasing nitrogen constitution in the syngas, resulting in the lower laminar flame speed. Also increase the syngas fraction could enhance the laminar flame speed of mixture, ammonia syngas mixture. And the next or the upcoming works, we focus on the ignition probability of the ammonia syngas using novel ignition technique that we have used in before, like the plasma assist combustion. So I hope that my presentation will bring a little bit knowledge, and we have the more information to discuss later. So thank you for listening.
All right, thank you, Dr. Nguyen Minh Chien from University of Da Nang, Vietnam. So this is the last keynote speaker of our conference today. So now we move to the Q&A session. So I hope that all of three keynote speakers are still here with us. Okay, all right. So now we move to the Q&A session. So I think there are some audience here who have questions for our keynote speakers. So before that, I will read one question. This is from the chat box. And the question is for Professor Ahmad Faisal from University Malaysia Terengganu. So one participant, she has read a paper about your paper about proportional integral derivative, PID. So his question is that possible in your study to use PID, and how is it compared to ANN based controller?
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you for the question. So so this is very interesting question because the PID is basically a mathematical model, right? So PID is a mathematical model that can be used to model the dynamics of underwater vehicles. So there are another way to do it, like the one that Dr. Aziz Muhammad said just now, is the model-free solution. So model-free solution is through the use of ENN to truly decide which way to go. But yes, I think if you notice the presentation just now, the thruster side is the one that control the movement of the underwater vehicle. So if you are talking about implementing PID, that would be on that particular side, on the thruster side. And we can implement the PID to better approximate what is the magnitude of thruster that we use in order for us to turn left, turn right, or going up or going down for the vehicle. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Professor. So I think it's clearly answered the question. So now I would like to ask the audience here from the room, is there any questions? Yes, we got one questioner here.
Okay, I want to ask to Mr. Aziz. I would like to hear your opinion about the possibility of Indonesia to have clean energy. Thank you. Maybe I repeat my question. I would like to hear your opinion about the possibility of Indonesia to have clean energy.
Is it okay to answer directly, or we need to wait for another question?
Yes, Professor, you may answer the question.
Okay, thank you very much for very nice questions. Actually, that's very challenging questions. So the problem is that, in general, I think it is feasible. It is feasible, but the problem is that how to achieve that, that's very important. So we have different resources available in our country, in Indonesia. But the problem is that sometimes we don't know how to optimize them together. So sometimes we just see that, oh, the successful story from other countries just being adopted in our country. No, I think that's not a good case. So the big things over here is that we must really understand our conditions, our geographical characteristics, and some other conditions, social acceptance, economy, etc. So we need to have any kind of shift and also progressive change to the future. So we have different resources for the renewable energy. We have solar, we have biomass, we have geothermal, we have hydropower. But the problem is that this kind of renewable energy, they have very, very different characteristics. So we must really understand about it. Sometimes we are always thinking that the solar intensity in Indonesia is quite good, and also the wind energy also quite good, excellent. I think that's not that's quite misleading. So we must really understand about our solar intensity or solar potential in Indonesian case, because we are also living under tropical area, means that we have also high moisture content in our atmosphere. So it means that although we have a quite long duration for the sunlight, but the problem is that we cannot achieve any kind of good or optimal or strong solar intensity, because the solar sunlight will be dispersed by the moisture water, by the moisture in the atmosphere. So we must be careful with that. Also with the wind, actually. Wind is quite potential in Europe, but the problem is that because we are also in tropical area, means that the wind speed is not so high. And also, and the direction is sometimes unstable. And another problem is that how far we can have also predictions over here. So, and also the interest or conflict of interest over here, that's also quite big things. So in general, it is feasible and also possible to adopt renewable energy in Indonesian case. But the problem is that how we can have any kind of clear milestone or a clear policy and also scenario to adopt this one together. So we are not only dealing with one single renewable energy. That's really different with the European case. They have very significant high potential for the wind energy. But in an Indonesian case, we have quite widely and also thinly distributed of renewable energy. So we must be really wise in this case. So we must be able to use them together. So that's another challenge for us, for all of us. And usually by building or by constructing this kind of distributed one, usually the cost is also quite high. But the problem, but the main idea over here is that why we need to step by step to have any kind of clear scenario and also timelines or milestones to be achieved for our future. And also another thing is that our social acceptance also need to be improved, while we are also keeping any kind of resources. So like for the natural gas, it's very important. So natural gas is very important resources during the transitions. So how we can also keep that? So now we are in transitions period. And that's the big idea, while we are increasing the renewable energy resources, and also how far we can also keep the scenario which can still produce the minimum CO2 emissions. Thank you very much for your questions.
Thank you, Professor, for responding the questions. I hope that will be so. Yeah. Okay, we got one more questioner. So please, we would like to welcome our Dean. Okay.
Thank you. I have a question. The first question is for the Professor Aziz. Thank you for nice presentation, Professor Aziz. The first one in the slide I read, Indonesia targeted to achieve zero carbon by 2060. It says it's 90 up to 70% it will be applied for the renewable energy. So that I was concerned is how about if we look at now even the solar energy or wind energy based on when we applied the energy storage. So it means right now most of the application use the batteries. So within 2 years it will be replaced. Maybe a professor will give us what is the current technology that will be increase the durability of the battery will be maybe 5 or 10 years later. The second one is most of the electrical generator particularly in rural area, they still use diesel, so it's been used of fossil area. So is it possible if we combine this kind of the energy right now is available, but combined with the renewable energy. So it means we can have like the hybrid system. So if we change directly all of them, that kind of the generators, so it means we remove. That is not possible. So how we can optimize just hybrid? The last one is I actually is very interesting about the AI and DT, digital twin technology. So it means the student start to study this one. So, maybe Professor Aziz can also sharing how to share the student know clearly and user friendly what is the method. Maybe the lecture here also can apply this kind of technology, so the student is more familiar with this technology. The last question is for Dr. Tien. Hello, Dr. Tien. Long time not see you. Okay, this one is
Hello.
the old friends in Taiwan. Thank you coming here, even for the. I have a question is, like you say in the presentation, you work on the waste to the energy. So it's been we just use waste. Any special treatment that we use to create that can wise to the syngas? This is the first question. The second one, in the presentation also, if we increase the nitrogens, so it will be got the lower speed of the flame. So it means that some the limitation how much the nitrogen we have to maintain. So it means the flame speed is still acceptable. So this is the question for Dr. Tien. Thank you. For the Professor Aziz, please.
It's okay. Okay. Thank you very much for the very nice questions. That's also very challenging questions actually. So I have three different questions. The first is about energy storage. So to the carbon neutrality by 2060. So the first thing that I would like to talk or to explain for you is that although by 2060 I figured out that we cannot still have any kind of 100% of renewable energy. So the big idea of here is that carbon neutral doesn't mean that we use 100% renewable energy now. We can still use any kind of carbon-based fuels or any kind of fossil fuels, but the big idea of it is that how far we can have any kind of offsetting technology to capture or basically to control the amount of the CO2 or any kind of greenhouse gases that we emitted from our power plants or etc. So we can have any kind of offsetting technology, carbon capture, direct air capture, blah, blah, something like that. So although we are emitting in one place or in a certain time, maybe we can capture the carbons in different places or different time also. The problem is that over here, in case that we increase the renewable energy share, means that the fluctuations. And as you also mentioned previously, that we are dealing with any kind of energy storage over here. So as you mentioned, that in case that we are focusing on the battery, means that this is the degradation. So it will be correlated with any kind of lifetime of the battery. But the technology for the battery is also improved well. Now, currently, we are moving from any kind of gel-based or any kind of liquid-based battery, especially lithium-ion battery, to any kind of solid-state battery. So for the solid-state means that higher conductivity, lower resistance, and also higher lifetimes or longer lifetime of a year. But the problem, it is still quite challenging also because of cracking problems in the solid state battery. So once we can adopt any kind of solid state, which is protected, that we can adopt for the large scales, including for the electric vehicles or etc. Maybe we can adopt by 2028 or maybe 2030. So we expect the lifetime of the battery will be quite longer. But the problem is that the cost I think will be very high, and also it is still dealing with any kind of rare earth materials, and I think the resources are also quite limited. So another option for the energy storage over here is I mentioned previously also that we can have any kind of another much more cheaper energy storage, including also pump hydro. So we can have any kind of like hydropower based power generation, but when we have any kind of surplus or excess electricity, we can pump up the water to any kind of dam reservoir, and then when we need any kind of electricity, then we can flow down the water from the dams to generate the electricity. That's the principle of the pump hydro. That's quite cheap. I think that's the cheapest large scale power and electricity storage. Or another things, as I mentioned also previously, we can utilize also the hydrogens or any kind of hydrogen-based fuels, as also I think previously Dr. Tin also mentions about the ammonia. That's ammonia also very potential in this case. So it really depends. So it means that for the hydrogens, for the ammonia, we can have a different time frame over here, like the duration for the storage and also blah blah something like that. So basically for the battery, we have any kind of degradation, self-discharging problems or something like that. But for the hydrogens, we need also to distinguish between the short term and also mid and also long term of the hydrogen storage, whether we would like to use hydrogens directly or ammonia based one. And the second question is correlated with a small-scale distributed energy systems, especially when we are talking about the isolated or remote islands in Indonesian case. I think it's very potential to use any kind of hybrid energy system. So we can combine together between the diesel base and also with any kind of renewable energy base like solar, and also with using any kind of battery, blah, blah, something like that. But the problem is that how far this kind of system also can be maintained well. That's also another challenge for our society. So we are talking about how far the technology itself is quite ready to be accepted by the people, and also finally also how far we can or support them for the maintenance or etc. Or another things is that maybe we can also adopt in case that we are adopting the hydrogens. Hydrogen also can basically be combined together as the fuel with the diesel. So we can inject together as the fuel, so we can increase the hydrogen contents and we can get much more higher efficiency of combustion during utilizations. Or maybe hydrogen also can be produced via any kind of distributed electrolyzer, and also can be also utilized using any kind of distributed or small scale fuel cell for power generations. The third question is related with a digital twin technology, but I think my time is also quite limited. So I will share my slides, and basically the main idea of here is that we are combining both real world and also the virtual world, the digital world over years. So I think when you see my slide correlated with the hydrogen combustion, you can see over there, like hydrogen combustion basically is invisible. We cannot see the flames over there. So means that we need to visualize that and also to predict what will really happen in case that we change the parameters, or in case that there is any kind of problems in the combustor. So in this case, we are not only dealing with any kind of simulation. It's really different with the simulation. Simulation may be one method for supporting the digital twin, and also artificial intelligence also one method to support that. But the most important thing is that also we need any kind of data, how we can collect the data, how we can build the database, and how maybe we can simulate. And then finally also how we can also build any kind of responsive system that can give any kind of decision based on the database and also data that we have from the real world. Maybe we can utilize any kind of artificial intelligence, including machine learning or etc. So we must distinguish between the methods and also the conceptual idea. So digital twin, basically the general conceptual idea, while we have many options for the methods to support or to achieve or to realize this kind of digital twin technology. But the main idea over here is that we must have any kind of responsive or simultaneous systems between the real world and also the digital world. Thank you very much for your questions.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Aziz. So I think that's clearly answer the questions. So now we move to Dr. Nguyen Minh Thien.
Yes.
Doctor, are you here? Okay.
Yeah, I'm here. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for questions. Two questions actually, right? So actually, the chair here is my friend in Taiwan. We were graduated in National Central University until 2019. It's nice to see you again. And so you have two questions. The first is the technology for produce the syngas. I'm right. And the second question is about how we limited the percentage of the nitrogen inside the mixture for the better combustion. So let me answer the two questions. The first is how to produce the syngas fuel. So there's many technology to produce the syngas fuel now. So, but in our lab now using the downdraft gasifier to convert the biomass convert the RDF to become the syngas fuel. But the syngas quantity is strongly depend on the feedstock and depend on the technology we use. So the combustion inside the syngas very challenges to use in the combustion device. For example, the hydrogen percentage, CO percentage, and the methane is really changed when we use different feedstock. So that is really challenges for using the syngas now. So recently we improved the syngas quantity by adding the oxygen inside the air to improve the hydrogen and CO percentage in the syngas. So that's really work. And we got like this percentage about 40% CO is really high inside the syngas. So I can share a little bit about this technique with the limited techniques in our lab. And the second question is how we control the percentage of nitrogen inside the mixture to have the best combustion. Of course, we see the results. We see that if we don't have the nitrogen inside, the very high, higher flame speed we can get, right? So, but in reality, in the syngas mixture, they always have the nitrogen inside. So the highest nitrogen percentage in syngas is about 50%. According to the many reports we can see. So the solution here is we try to reduce the nitrogen inside the syngas as possible by at least the oxygen or by use different feedstock and whatever we can do. So we hope we can reduce the less nitrogen inside, because it is inert gas. Of course, that will reduce the flame speed. So if you want to increase the flame speed of ammonia, we have to include like the hydrogen content or CO. These are ways to improve. I think the my answer is satisfy your question. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Dr. Tien, who has answered the questions from our dean. Okay, and I think that's the last. I think we will be having the last session of our conference today. So we would like to give applause for our keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Ahmad Faisal, Associate Professor Muhammad Aziz, and the last one is Dr. Nguyen Minh Tien. Okay, so before we close the meeting, so I would like to invite all of the audiences and or participants in the Zoom meeting to activate their camera, because we would like to have like photo session together. So once again, we would like to invite all of the participants from Zoom meeting to activate your camera. Yes, okay. We're still waiting. Okay. We will be having like photo session together. So, all right. Okay, we're gonna count down. Okay. 3, 2, 1, big smile. And once again, 3, 2, 1, big smile. All right, please give applause for all of us. Okay, so I think that's the closing of our main session. After we listen to and follow the presentations from our keynote speakers. So now I would like to get back to the Master of Ceremony to close our session today. Yep.
All right. Thank you, Ana Elvia Jakfar. Maybe now we can go to the next segment.
So now we would like to, pardon my apology. So we would like to say thank you for Associate Professor Dr. Ahmad Faisal, Associate Professor Muhammad Aziz, and Dr. Nguyen. All of our keynote speaker might leave the room. And then we would like to say thank you very much for joining and attending our conference. Thank you so much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention to this segment. So now we can move to our next agenda. We are going to take a break. Okay, and then we will meet again in here at 16 or maybe 4 p.m. For the closing. Oke. Oke, bagi peserta autor agar mengambil makan siangnya yang setelah disediakan. Kemudian untuk ruangannya nanti akan dipandu oleh panitia kami di pintu masuk. Oke, terima kasih. Saya akhiri untuk segmen kali ini. Nanti kita berjumpa lagi di sore hari setelah sesi paralel. Oh, untuk yang peserta di Zoom, kita for all of the participants in the Zoom, now we are going to take a break, and then we will start again. We will start again at 2 p.m. Okay, thank you.
La ilaha illallah Kami bersahabat dengan semua bangsa. Sejak didirikan pada tahun 2006, Universitas Teguh Umar telah menjadi pilihan yang baik. Kami resmi menjadi universitas negeri pada tahun 2014 dan dengan bangga terakreditasi baik sekali dari BAN PT. Teguh Umar adalah kampus pertama di Indonesia yang memiliki sistem manajemen ruang yang terintegrasi dan menyatukan semua fakultas juga program studi dalam satu sistem. Konsep inovatif dapat berkembang di sini melalui kolaborasi pemikiran lintas disiplin. Kami merupakan pusat riset inovatif dan terkemuka yang memperoleh sertifikasi internasional ISO 9001 pada tahun 2019 dalam kualitas sistem manajemen. Fakultas atau disiplin ilmu kami seperti Fakultas Perikanan dan Ilmu Kelautan, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat, dan Fakultas Teknik membuka pintu menuju pengetahuan yang mendalam dan peluang karir yang cerah. Kami menyediakan beberapa fasilitas yang dapat meningkatkan pengalaman belajar yang luar biasa. Kampus kami adalah tempat di mana pendidikan bertemu dengan eksplorasi, di mana potensi bertemu dengan peluang. Kami bangga memiliki fasilitas-fasilitas ini untuk memastikan bahwa mahasiswa kami mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang tak terlupakan. Kami memiliki keunggulan utama dalam bidang agro and marine industry. Kami bekerja sama dengan banyak lembaga di seluruh Indonesia dan di tingkat internasional. Dari 7.400 alumni kami dari seluruh Indonesia, bergabunglah dengan kami di Universitas Teguh Umar, tempat di mana kita bersama-sama menyemai ilmu dan memetik kemakmuran. Selamat datang di Universitas Teguh Umar. Ini adalah tempat di mana semangat untuk belajar dan berkembang menggema. Kami bersahabat dengan semua bangsa. Sejak didirikan pada tahun 2006, Universitas Teguh Umar telah menjadi pilihan yang baik. Kami resmi menjadi universitas negeri pada tahun 2014 dan dengan bangga terakreditasi baik sekali dari BAN PT. Teguh Umar adalah kampus pertama di Indonesia yang memiliki sistem manajemen ruang yang terintegrasi dan menyatukan semua fakultas juga program studi dalam satu sistem. Konsep inovatif dapat berkembang di sini melalui kolaborasi pemikiran lintas disiplin. Kami merupakan pusat riset inovatif dan terkemuka yang memperoleh sertifikasi internasional ISO 9001 pada tahun 2019 dalam kualitas sistem manajemen. Fakultas atau disiplin ilmu kami seperti Fakultas Perikanan dan Ilmu Kelautan, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat, dan Fakultas Teknik membuka pintu menuju pengetahuan yang mendalam dan peluang karir yang cerah. Kami menyediakan beberapa fasilitas yang dapat meningkatkan pengalaman belajar yang luar biasa. Kampus kami adalah tempat di mana pendidikan bertemu dengan eksplorasi, di mana potensi bertemu dengan peluang. Kami bangga memiliki fasilitas-fasilitas ini untuk memastikan bahwa mahasiswa kami mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang tak terlupakan. Kami memiliki keunggulan utama dalam bidang agro and marine industry. Kami bekerja sama dengan banyak lembaga di seluruh Indonesia dan di tingkat internasional. Dari 7.400 alumni kami dari seluruh Indonesia, bergabunglah dengan kami di Universitas Teguh Umar, tempat di mana kita bersama-sama menyemai ilmu dan memetik kemakmuran. Selamat datang di Universitas Teguh Umar. Ini adalah tempat di mana semangat untuk belajar dan berkembang menggema. Kami bersahabat dengan semua bangsa. Sejak didirikan pada tahun 2006, Universitas Teguh Umar telah menjadi pilihan yang baik. Kami resmi menjadi universitas negeri pada tahun 2014 dan dengan bangga terakreditasi baik sekali dari BAN PT. Teguh Umar adalah kampus pertama di Indonesia yang memiliki sistem manajemen ruang yang terintegrasi dan menyatukan semua fakultas juga program studi dalam satu sistem. Konsep inovatif dapat berkembang di sini melalui kolaborasi pemikiran lintas disiplin. Kami merupakan pusat riset inovatif dan terkemuka yang memperoleh sertifikasi internasional ISO 9001 pada tahun 2019 dalam kualitas sistem manajemen. Fakultas atau disiplin ilmu kami seperti Fakultas Perikanan dan Ilmu Kelautan, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat, dan Fakultas Teknik membuka pintu menuju pengetahuan yang mendalam dan peluang karir yang cerah. Kami menyediakan beberapa fasilitas yang dapat meningkatkan pengalaman belajar yang luar biasa. Kampus kami adalah tempat di mana pendidikan bertemu dengan eksplorasi, di mana potensi bertemu dengan peluang. Kami bangga memiliki fasilitas-fasilitas ini untuk memastikan bahwa mahasiswa kami mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang tak terlupakan. Kami memiliki keunggulan utama dalam bidang agro and marine industry. Kami bekerja sama dengan banyak lembaga di seluruh Indonesia dan di tingkat internasional. Dari 7.400 alumni kami dari seluruh Indonesia, bergabunglah dengan kami di Universitas Teguh Umar, tempat di mana kita bersama-sama menyemai ilmu dan memetik kemakmuran. Selamat datang di Universitas Teguh Umar. Ini adalah tempat di mana semangat untuk belajar dan berkembang menggema. Kami bersahabat dengan semua bangsa. Sejak didirikan pada tahun 2006, Universitas Teguh Umar telah menjadi pilihan yang baik. Kami resmi menjadi universitas negeri pada tahun 2014 dan dengan bangga terakreditasi baik sekali dari BAN PT. Teguh Umar adalah kampus pertama di Indonesia yang memiliki sistem manajemen ruang yang terintegrasi dan menyatukan semua fakultas juga program studi dalam satu sistem. Konsep inovatif dapat berkembang di sini melalui kolaborasi pemikiran lintas disiplin. Kami merupakan pusat riset inovatif dan terkemuka yang memperoleh sertifikasi internasional ISO 9001 pada tahun 2019 dalam kualitas sistem manajemen. Fakultas atau disiplin ilmu kami seperti Fakultas Perikanan dan Ilmu Kelautan, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat, dan Fakultas Teknik membuka pintu menuju pengetahuan yang mendalam dan peluang karir yang cerah. Kami menyediakan beberapa fasilitas yang dapat meningkatkan pengalaman belajar yang luar biasa. Kampus kami adalah tempat di mana pendidikan bertemu dengan eksplorasi, di mana potensi bertemu dengan peluang. Kami bangga memiliki fasilitas-fasilitas ini untuk memastikan bahwa mahasiswa kami mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang tak terlupakan. Kami memiliki keunggulan utama dalam bidang agro and marine industry. Kami bekerja sama dengan banyak lembaga di seluruh Indonesia dan di tingkat internasional. Dari 7.400 alumni kami dari seluruh Indonesia, bergabunglah dengan kami di Universitas Teguh Umar, tempat di mana kita bersama-sama menyemai ilmu dan memetik kemakmuran. Selamat datang di Universitas Teguh Umar. Ini adalah tempat di mana semangat untuk belajar dan berkembang menggema. Kami bersahabat dengan semua bangsa. Sejak didirikan pada tahun 2006, Universitas Teguh Umar telah menjadi pilihan yang baik. Kami resmi menjadi universitas negeri pada tahun 2014 dan dengan bangga terakreditasi baik sekali dari BAN PT. Umar adalah kampus pertama di Indonesia yang memiliki sistem manajemen ruang yang terintegrasi dan menyatukan semua fakultas juga program studi dalam satu sistem. Konsep inovatif dapat berkembang di sini melalui kolaborasi pemikiran lintas disiplin. Kami merupakan pusat riset inovatif dan terkemuka yang memperoleh sertifikasi internasional ISO 9001 pada tahun 2019 dalam kualitas sistem manajemen. Fakultas atau disiplin ilmu kami seperti Fakultas Perikanan dan Ilmu Kelautan, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat, dan Fakultas Teknik membuka pintu menuju pengetahuan yang mendalam dan peluang karir yang cerah. Kami menyediakan beberapa fasilitas yang dapat meningkatkan pengalaman belajar yang luar biasa. Kampus kami adalah tempat di mana pendidikan bertemu dengan eksplorasi, di mana potensi bertemu dengan peluang. Kami bangga memiliki fasilitas-fasilitas ini untuk memastikan bahwa mahasiswa kami mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang tak terlupakan. Kami memiliki keunggulan utama dalam bidang agro and marine industry. Kami bekerja sama dengan banyak lembaga di seluruh Indonesia dan di tingkat internasional. Dari 7.400 alumni kami dari seluruh Indonesia, bergabunglah dengan kami di Universitas Teguh Umar, tempat di mana kita bersama-sama menyemai ilmu dan memetik kemakmuran. Selamat datang di Universitas Teguh Umar. Ini adalah tempat di mana semangat untuk belajar dan berkembang menggema. Kami bersahabat dengan semua bangsa. Sejak didirikan pada tahun 2006, Universitas Teguh Umar telah menjadi pilihan yang baik. Kami resmi menjadi universitas negeri pada tahun 2014 dan dengan bangga terakreditasi baik sekali dari BAN PT. Teguh Umar adalah kampus pertama di Indonesia yang memiliki sistem manajemen ruang yang terintegrasi dan menyatukan semua fakultas juga program studi dalam satu sistem. Konsep inovatif dapat berkembang di sini melalui kolaborasi pemikiran lintas disiplin. Kami merupakan pusat riset inovatif dan terkemuka yang memperoleh sertifikasi internasional ISO 9001 pada tahun 2019 dalam kualitas sistem manajemen. Fakultas atau disiplin ilmu kami seperti Fakultas Perikanan dan Ilmu Kelautan, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat, dan Fakultas Teknik membuka pintu menuju pengetahuan yang mendalam dan peluang karir yang cerah. Kami menyediakan beberapa fasilitas yang dapat meningkatkan pengalaman belajar yang luar biasa. Kampus kami adalah tempat di mana pendidikan bertemu dengan eksplorasi, di mana potensi bertemu dengan peluang. Kami bangga memiliki fasilitas-fasilitas ini untuk memastikan bahwa mahasiswa kami mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang tak terlupakan. Kami memiliki keunggulan utama dalam bidang agro and marine industry. Kami bekerja sama dengan banyak lembaga di seluruh Indonesia dan di tingkat internasional. Dari 7.400 alumni kami dari seluruh Indonesia, bergabunglah dengan kami di Universitas Teguh Umar, tempat di mana kita bersama-sama menyemai ilmu dan memetik kemakmuran. Selamat datang di Universitas Teguh Umar. Ini adalah tempat di mana semangat untuk belajar dan berkembang menggema. Kami bersahabat dengan semua bangsa. Sejak didirikan pada tahun 2006, Universitas Teguh Umar telah menjadi pilihan yang baik. Kami resmi menjadi universitas negeri pada tahun 2014 dan dengan bangga terakreditasi baik sekali dari BAN PT. Teguh Umar adalah kampus pertama di Indonesia yang memiliki sistem manajemen ruang yang terintegrasi dan menyatukan semua fakultas juga program studi dalam satu sistem. Konsep inovatif dapat berkembang di sini melalui kolaborasi pemikiran lintas disiplin. Kami merupakan pusat riset inovatif dan terkemuka yang memperoleh sertifikasi internasional ISO 9001 pada tahun 2019 dalam kualitas sistem manajemen. Fakultas atau disiplin ilmu kami seperti Fakultas Perikanan dan Ilmu Kelautan, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat, dan Fakultas Teknik membuka pintu menuju pengetahuan yang mendalam dan peluang karir yang cerah. Kami menyediakan beberapa fasilitas yang dapat meningkatkan pengalaman belajar yang luar biasa. Kampus kami adalah tempat di mana pendidikan bertemu dengan eksplorasi, di mana potensi bertemu dengan peluang. Kami bangga memiliki fasilitas-fasilitas ini untuk memastikan bahwa mahasiswa kami mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang tak terlupakan. Kami memiliki keunggulan utama dalam bidang agro and marine industry. Kami bekerja sama dengan banyak lembaga di seluruh Indonesia dan di tingkat internasional. Dari 7.400 alumni kami dari seluruh Indonesia, bergabunglah dengan kami di Universitas Teguh Umar, tempat di mana kita bersama-sama menyemai ilmu dan memetik kemakmuran. Selamat datang di Universitas Teguh Umar. Ini adalah tempat di mana semangat untuk belajar dan berkembang menggema. Kami bersahabat dengan semua bangsa. Sejak didirikan pada tahun 2006, Universitas Teguh Umar telah menjadi pilihan yang baik. Kami resmi menjadi universitas negeri pada tahun 2014 dan dengan bangga terakreditasi baik sekali dari BAN PT. Teguh Umar adalah kampus pertama di Indonesia yang memiliki sistem manajemen ruang yang terintegrasi dan menyatukan semua fakultas juga program studi dalam satu sistem. Konsep inovatif dapat berkembang di sini melalui kolaborasi pemikiran lintas disiplin. Kami merupakan pusat riset inovatif dan terkemuka yang memperoleh sertifikasi internasional ISO 9001 pada tahun 2019 dalam kualitas sistem manajemen. Fakultas atau disiplin ilmu kami seperti Fakultas Perikanan dan Ilmu Kelautan, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat, dan Fakultas Teknik membuka pintu menuju pengetahuan yang mendalam dan peluang karir yang cerah. Kami menyediakan beberapa fasilitas yang dapat meningkatkan pengalaman belajar yang luar biasa. Kampus kami adalah tempat di mana pendidikan bertemu dengan eksplorasi, di mana potensi bertemu dengan peluang. Kami bangga memiliki fasilitas-fasilitas ini untuk memastikan bahwa mahasiswa kami mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang tak terlupakan. Kami memiliki keunggulan utama dalam bidang agro and marine industry. Kami bekerja sama dengan banyak lembaga di seluruh Indonesia dan di tingkat internasional. Dari 7.400 alumni kami dari seluruh Indonesia, bergabunglah dengan kami di Universitas Teguh Umar, tempat di mana kita bersama-sama menyemai ilmu dan memetik kemakmuran. Selamat datang di Universitas Teguh Umar. Ini adalah tempat di mana semangat untuk belajar dan berkembang menggema. Kami bersahabat dengan semua bangsa. Sejak didirikan pada tahun 2006, Universitas Teguh Umar telah menjadi pilihan yang baik. Kami resmi menjadi universitas negeri pada tahun 2014 dan dengan bangga terakreditasi baik sekali dari BAN PT. Teguh Umar adalah kampus pertama di Indonesia yang memiliki sistem manajemen ruang yang terintegrasi dan menyatukan semua fakultas juga program studi dalam satu sistem. Konsep inovatif dapat berkembang di sini melalui kolaborasi pemikiran lintas disiplin. Kami merupakan pusat riset inovatif dan terkemuka yang memperoleh sertifikasi internasional ISO 9001 pada tahun 2019 dalam kualitas sistem manajemen. Fakultas atau disiplin ilmu kami seperti Fakultas Perikanan dan Ilmu Kelautan, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat, dan Fakultas Teknik membuka pintu menuju pengetahuan yang mendalam dan peluang karir yang cerah. Kami menyediakan beberapa fasilitas yang dapat meningkatkan pengalaman belajar yang luar biasa. Kampus kami adalah tempat di mana pendidikan bertemu dengan eksplorasi, di mana potensi bertemu dengan peluang. Kami bangga memiliki fasilitas-fasilitas ini untuk memastikan bahwa mahasiswa kami mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang tak terlupakan. Kami memiliki keunggulan utama dalam bidang agro and marine industry. Kami bekerja sama dengan banyak lembaga di seluruh Indonesia dan di tingkat internasional. Dari 7.400 alumni kami dari seluruh Indonesia, bergabunglah dengan kami di Universitas Teguh Umar, tempat di mana kita bersama-sama menyemai ilmu dan memetik kemakmuran. Selamat datang di Universitas Teguh Umar. Ini adalah tempat di mana semangat untuk belajar dan berkembang menggema. Kami bersahabat dengan semua bangsa. Sejak didirikan pada tahun 2006, Universitas Teguh Umar telah menjadi pilihan yang baik. Kami resmi menjadi universitas negeri pada tahun 2014 dan dengan bangga terakreditasi baik sekali dari BAN PT. Teguh Umar adalah kampus pertama di Indonesia yang memiliki sistem manajemen ruang yang terintegrasi dan menyatukan semua fakultas juga program studi dalam satu sistem. Konsep inovatif dapat berkembang di sini melalui kolaborasi pemikiran lintas disiplin. Kami merupakan pusat riset inovatif dan terkemuka yang memperoleh sertifikasi internasional ISO 9001 pada tahun 2019 dalam kualitas sistem manajemen. Fakultas atau disiplin ilmu kami seperti Fakultas Perikanan dan Ilmu Kelautan, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat, dan Fakultas Teknik membuka pintu menuju pengetahuan yang mendalam dan peluang karir yang cerah. Kami menyediakan beberapa fasilitas yang dapat meningkatkan pengalaman belajar yang luar biasa. Kampus kami adalah tempat di mana pendidikan bertemu dengan eksplorasi, di mana potensi bertemu dengan peluang. Kami bangga memiliki fasilitas-fasilitas ini untuk memastikan bahwa mahasiswa kami mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang tak terlupakan. Kami memiliki keunggulan utama dalam bidang agro and marine industry. Kami bekerja sama dengan banyak lembaga di seluruh Indonesia dan di tingkat internasional. Dari 7.400 alumni kami dari seluruh Indonesia, bergabunglah dengan kami di Universitas Teguh Umar, tempat di mana kita bersama-sama menyemai ilmu dan memetik kemakmuran. Selamat datang di Universitas Teguh Umar. Ini adalah tempat di mana semangat untuk belajar dan berkembang menggema. Kami bersahabat dengan semua bangsa. Sejak didirikan pada tahun 2006, Universitas Teguh Umar telah menjadi pilihan yang baik. Kami resmi menjadi universitas negeri pada tahun 2014 dan dengan bangga terakreditasi baik sekali dari BAN PT. Teguh Umar adalah kampus pertama di Indonesia yang memiliki sistem manajemen ruang yang terintegrasi dan menyatukan semua fakultas juga program studi dalam satu sistem. Konsep inovatif dapat berkembang di sini melalui kolaborasi pemikiran lintas disiplin. Kami merupakan pusat riset inovatif dan terkemuka yang memperoleh sertifikasi internasional ISO 9001 pada tahun 2019 dalam kualitas sistem manajemen. Fakultas atau disiplin ilmu kami seperti Fakultas Perikanan dan Ilmu Kelautan, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat, dan Fakultas Teknik membuka pintu menuju pengetahuan yang mendalam dan peluang karir yang cerah. Kami menyediakan beberapa fasilitas yang dapat meningkatkan pengalaman belajar yang luar biasa. Kampus kami adalah tempat di mana pendidikan bertemu dengan eksplorasi, di mana potensi bertemu dengan peluang. Kami bangga memiliki fasilitas-fasilitas ini untuk memastikan bahwa mahasiswa kami mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang tak terlupakan. Kami memiliki keunggulan utama dalam bidang agro and marine industry. Kami bekerja sama dengan banyak lembaga di seluruh Indonesia dan di tingkat internasional. Dari 7.400 alumni kami dari seluruh Indonesia, bergabunglah dengan kami di Universitas Teguh Umar, tempat di mana kita bersama-sama menyemai ilmu dan memetik kemakmuran. Selamat Selamat datang di Universitas Teguh Umar. Ini adalah tempat di mana semangat untuk belajar dan berkembang menggema. Kami bersahabat dengan semua bangsa. Sejak didirikan pada tahun 2006, Universitas Teguh Umar telah menjadi pilihan yang baik. Kami resmi menjadi universitas negeri pada tahun 2014 dan dengan bangga terakreditasi baik sekali dari BAN PT. Teguh Umar adalah kampus pertama di Indonesia yang memiliki sistem manajemen ruang yang terintegrasi dan menyatukan semua fakultas juga program studi dalam satu sistem. Konsep inovatif dapat berkembang di sini melalui kolaborasi pemikiran lintas disiplin. Kami merupakan pusat riset inovatif dan terkemuka yang memperoleh sertifikasi internasional ISO 9001 pada tahun 2019 dalam kualitas sistem manajemen. Fakultas atau disiplin ilmu kami seperti Fakultas Perikanan dan Ilmu Kelautan, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat, dan Fakultas Teknik membuka pintu menuju pengetahuan yang mendalam dan peluang karir yang cerah. Kami menyediakan beberapa fasilitas yang dapat meningkatkan pengalaman belajar yang luar biasa. Kampus kami adalah tempat di mana pendidikan bertemu dengan eksplorasi, di mana potensi bertemu dengan peluang. Kami bangga memiliki fasilitas-fasilitas ini untuk memastikan bahwa mahasiswa kami mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang tak terlupakan. Kami memiliki keunggulan utama dalam bidang agro and marine industry. Kami bekerja sama dengan banyak lembaga di seluruh Indonesia dan di tingkat internasional. Dengan lebih dari 7.400 alumni kami dari seluruh Indonesia, bergabunglah dengan kami di Universitas Teguh Umar, tempat di mana kita bersama-sama menyemai ilmu dan memetik kemakmuran. Selamat datang di Universitas Teguh Umar. Ini adalah tempat di mana semangat untuk belajar dan berkembang menggema. Kami bersahabat dengan semua bangsa. Sejak didirikan pada tahun 2006, Universitas Teguh Umar telah menjadi pilihan yang baik. Kami resmi menjadi universitas negeri pada tahun 2014 dan dengan bangga terakreditasi baik sekali dari BAN PT. Teguh Umar adalah kampus pertama di Indonesia yang memiliki sistem manajemen ruang yang terintegrasi dan menyatukan semua fakultas juga program studi dalam satu sistem. Konsep inovatif dapat berkembang di sini melalui kolaborasi pemikiran lintas disiplin. Kami merupakan pusat riset inovatif dan terkemuka yang memperoleh sertifikasi internasional ISO 9001 pada tahun 2019 dalam kualitas sistem manajemen. Fakultas atau disiplin ilmu kami seperti Fakultas Perikanan dan Ilmu Kelautan, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat, dan Fakultas Teknik membuka pintu menuju pengetahuan yang mendalam dan peluang karir yang cerah. Kami menyediakan beberapa fasilitas yang dapat meningkatkan pengalaman belajar yang luar biasa. Kampus kami adalah tempat di mana pendidikan bertemu dengan eksplorasi, di mana potensi bertemu dengan peluang. Kami bangga memiliki fasilitas-fasilitas ini untuk memastikan bahwa mahasiswa kami mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang tak terlupakan. Kami memiliki keunggulan utama dalam bidang agro and marine industry. Kami bekerja sama dengan banyak lembaga di seluruh Indonesia dan di tingkat internasional. Dari 7.400 alumni kami dari seluruh Indonesia, bergabunglah dengan kami di Universitas Teguh Umar, tempat di mana kita bersama-sama menyemai ilmu dan memetik kemakmuran. Selamat datang di Universitas Teguh Umar. Ini adalah tempat di mana semangat untuk belajar dan berkembang menggema. Kami bersahabat dengan semua bangsa. Sejak didirikan pada tahun 2006, Universitas Teguh Umar telah menjadi pilihan yang baik. Kami resmi menjadi universitas negeri pada tahun 2014 dan dengan bangga terakreditasi baik sekali dari BAN PT. Teguh Umar adalah kampus pertama di Indonesia yang memiliki sistem manajemen ruang yang terintegrasi dan menyatukan semua fakultas juga program studi dalam satu sistem. Konsep inovatif dapat berkembang di sini melalui kolaborasi pemikiran lintas disiplin. Kami merupakan pusat riset inovatif dan terkemuka yang memperoleh sertifikasi internasional ISO 9001 pada tahun 2019 dalam kualitas sistem manajemen. Fakultas atau disiplin ilmu kami seperti Fakultas Perikanan dan Ilmu Kelautan, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat, dan Fakultas Teknik membuka pintu menuju pengetahuan yang mendalam dan peluang karir yang cerah. Kami menyediakan beberapa fasilitas yang dapat meningkatkan pengalaman belajar yang luar biasa. Kampus kami adalah tempat di mana pendidikan bertemu dengan eksplorasi, di mana potensi bertemu dengan peluang. Kami bangga memiliki fasilitas-fasilitas ini untuk memastikan bahwa mahasiswa kami mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang tak terlupakan. Kami memiliki keunggulan utama dalam bidang agro and marine industry. Kami bekerja sama dengan banyak lembaga di seluruh Indonesia dan di tingkat internasional. Dari 7.400 alumni kami dari seluruh Indonesia, bergabunglah dengan kami di Universitas Teguh Umar, tempat di mana kita bersama-sama menyemai ilmu dan memetik kemakmuran. Selamat datang di Universitas Teguh Umar. Ini adalah tempat di mana semangat untuk belajar dan berkembang menggema. Kami bersahabat dengan semua bangsa. Sejak didirikan pada tahun 2006, Universitas Teguh Umar telah menjadi pilihan yang baik. Kami resmi menjadi universitas negeri pada tahun 2014 dan dengan bangga terakreditasi baik sekali dari BAN PT. Teguh Umar adalah kampus pertama di Indonesia yang memiliki sistem manajemen ruang yang terintegrasi dan menyatukan semua fakultas juga program studi dalam satu sistem. Konsep inovatif dapat berkembang di sini melalui kolaborasi pemikiran lintas disiplin. Kami merupakan pusat riset inovatif dan terkemuka yang memperoleh sertifikasi internasional ISO 9001 pada tahun 2019 dalam kualitas sistem manajemen. Fakultas atau disiplin ilmu kami seperti Fakultas Perikanan dan Ilmu Kelautan, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat, dan Fakultas Teknik membuka pintu menuju pengetahuan yang mendalam dan peluang karir yang cerah. Kami menyediakan beberapa fasilitas yang dapat meningkatkan pengalaman belajar yang luar biasa. Kampus kami adalah tempat di mana pendidikan bertemu dengan eksplorasi, di mana potensi bertemu dengan peluang. Kami bangga memiliki fasilitas-fasilitas ini untuk memastikan bahwa mahasiswa kami mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang tak terlupakan. Kami memiliki keunggulan utama dalam bidang agro and marine industry. Kami bekerja sama dengan banyak lembaga di seluruh Indonesia dan di tingkat internasional. Dari 7.400 alumni kami dari seluruh Indonesia, bergabunglah dengan kami di Universitas Teguh Umar, tempat di mana kita bersama-sama menyemai ilmu dan memetik kemakmuran. Selamat datang di Universitas Teguh Umar. Ini adalah tempat di mana semangat untuk belajar dan berkembang menggema. Kami bersahabat dengan semua bangsa. Sejak didirikan pada tahun 2006, Universitas Teguh Umar telah menjadi pilihan yang baik. Kami resmi menjadi universitas negeri pada tahun 2014 dan dengan bangga terakreditasi baik sekali dari BAN PT. Teguh Umar adalah kampus pertama di Indonesia yang memiliki sistem manajemen ruang yang terintegrasi dan menyatukan semua fakultas juga program studi dalam satu sistem. Konsep inovatif dapat berkembang di sini melalui kolaborasi pemikiran lintas disiplin. Kami merupakan pusat riset inovatif dan terkemuka yang memperoleh sertifikasi internasional ISO 9001 pada tahun 2019 dalam kualitas sistem manajemen. Fakultas atau disiplin ilmu kami seperti Fakultas Perikanan dan Ilmu Kelautan, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat, dan Fakultas Teknik membuka pintu menuju pengetahuan yang mendalam dan peluang karir yang cerah. Kami menyediakan beberapa fasilitas yang dapat meningkatkan pengalaman belajar yang luar biasa. Kampus kami adalah tempat di mana pendidikan bertemu dengan eksplorasi, di mana potensi bertemu dengan peluang. Kami bangga memiliki fasilitas-fasilitas ini untuk memastikan bahwa mahasiswa kami mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang tak terlupakan. Kami memiliki keunggulan utama dalam bidang agro and marine industry. Kami bekerja sama dengan banyak lembaga di seluruh Indonesia dan di tingkat internasional. Dari 7.400 alumni kami dari seluruh Indonesia, bergabunglah dengan kami di Universitas Teguh Umar, tempat di mana kita bersama-sama menyemai ilmu dan memetik kemakmuran. Selamat datang di Universitas Teguh Umar.
Oke, Bapak Ibu, apa suara saya terdengar?
Jelas terdengar, Pak.
Apakah terdengar suara saya, Bapak Ibu?
Terdengar, Dek.
Terdengar.
Baik. Kita akan mulai sesi pembagian ruangan ya, Bapak Ibu. Jadi saya akan membuka terlebih dahulu. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the IST 2023 conference. We have had an inspiring start to our event, and now it's time to delve into the heart of our discussions. In just a moment, we will be transitioning to the breakout sessions in Zoom. Please pay close attention as our team will be providing instructions and link for each breakout room. These sessions are where you will have the opportunity to engage in-depth discussions, share your insights, and connect with fellow participants on the various conference topics. We hope you have fruitful and enriching interactions in the breakout rooms, and we look forward to reconvening to share the outcomes of these discussions later. Thank you for your active participation, and let's now move forward to the breakout rooms. Baik, Bapak Ibu, dipersilahkan untuk masuk ke ruang breakout rooms yang telah dibagikan. Apabila menemukan kesulitan, boleh untuk bertanya ya melalui chat box kita. Ini apa nih? Apabila Bapak Ibu menemukan kesulitan, silahkan mengajukan pertanyaan ya melalui chat box. Kemudian akan langsung panitia kami arahkan ke ruang breakout-nya masing-masing. Bagi peserta yang telah keluar notifikasi untuk dipindahkan ke breakout room-nya agar meng-accept atau menerima notifikasi tersebut. Untuk selain presenter, dipersilahkan untuk memilih ruang breakout room yang tersedia ya. Boleh menonton di breakout room yang dimanapun. For our attendees, if you have any problem, don't be hesitate to ask us in chat box, okay? Biar kita masuk ke room, nanti kita umumkan. Guideline-nya mana? Bapak Abdul Halim di room berapa ya, Pak? Bapak Abdul Halim, apakah terdengar? Silahkan diterima permintaan untuk pindah ke breakout room-nya bagi para peserta jika notifikasi telah keluar. Bu Veranita. Ibu Veranita, silahkan menerima notifikasi permintaan untuk berpindah ke breakout room, Ibu. Ibu Veranita, mohon untuk menerima notifikasi pemberitahuan untuk pindah ke breakout room. Ibu Nabila Fona. Ibu Nabila Fona.
Iya.
Ibu mewakili paper siapa atau masuk ke room mana?
Room 2.
Room 2.
Ya.
Oke, ini kami kirimkan permintaannya ya, tolong diterima. Room si apa namanya si itu di mana? Room si apa? Si Farid. Kepada Bapak Ibu yang telah menyelesaikan presentasinya di ruang masing-masing, dapat kembali ke ruang utama di lantai 2 untuk acara penutupan IST 2023. Kepada Bapak Ibu peserta yang telah menyelesaikan presentasi di ruang masing-masing, agar dapat menuju aula utama kita yang tadi pagi di lantai 2 untuk acara penutupan IST 2023. Terima kasih. Have successfully completed your presentations in the breakout rooms. It's time to make your way back to the main hall on the second floor as we prepare for the closing segment of IST 2023. Your valuable contributions are greatly appreciated, and we look forward to having you join us for the concluding part of this exceptional event. Please head back to the second floor auditorium. Thank you.
Selamat datang di Universitas Teguh Umar. Ini adalah tempat di mana semangat untuk belajar dan berkembang menggema. Kami bersahabat dengan semua bangsa. Sejak didirikan pada tahun 2006, Universitas Teguh Umar telah menjadi pilihan yang baik. Kami resmi menjadi universitas negeri pada tahun 2014 dan dengan bangga terakreditasi baik sekali dari BAN PT. Teguh Umar adalah kampus pertama di Indonesia yang memiliki sistem manajemen ruang yang terintegrasi dan menyatukan semua fakultas juga program studi dalam satu sistem. Konsep inovatif dapat berkembang di sini melalui kolaborasi pemikiran lintas disiplin. Kami merupakan pusat riset inovatif dan terkemuka yang memperoleh sertifikasi internasional ISO 9001 pada tahun 2019 dalam kualitas sistem manajemen. Fakultas atau disiplin ilmu kami seperti Fakultas Perikanan dan Ilmu Kelautan, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat, dan Fakultas Teknik membuka pintu menuju pengetahuan yang mendalam dan peluang karir yang cerah. Kami menyediakan beberapa fasilitas yang dapat meningkatkan pengalaman belajar yang luar biasa. Kampus kami adalah tempat di mana pendidikan bertemu dengan eksplorasi, di mana potensi bertemu dengan peluang. Kami bangga memiliki fasilitas-fasilitas ini untuk memastikan bahwa mahasiswa kami mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang tak terlupakan. Kami memiliki keunggulan utama dalam bidang agro and marine industry. Kami bekerja sama dengan banyak lembaga di seluruh Indonesia dan di tingkat internasional. Dari 7.400 alumni kami dari seluruh Indonesia, bergabunglah dengan kami di Universitas Teguh Umar, tempat di mana kita bersama-sama menyemai ilmu dan memetik kemakmuran. Selamat datang di Universitas Teguh Umar. Ini adalah tempat di mana semangat untuk belajar dan berkembang menggema. Kami bersahabat dengan semua bangsa. Sejak didirikan pada tahun 2006, Universitas Teguh Umar telah menjadi pilihan yang baik. Kami resmi menjadi universitas negeri pada tahun 2014 dan dengan bangga terakreditasi baik sekali dari BAN PT. Teguh Umar adalah kampus pertama di Indonesia yang memiliki sistem manajemen ruang yang terintegrasi dan menyatukan semua fakultas juga program studi dalam satu sistem. Konsep inovatif dapat berkembang di sini melalui kolaborasi pemikiran lintas disiplin. Kami merupakan pusat riset inovatif dan terkemuka yang memperoleh sertifikasi internasional ISO 9001 pada tahun 2019 dalam kualitas sistem manajemen. Fakultas atau disiplin ilmu kami seperti Fakultas Perikanan dan Ilmu Kelautan, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat, dan Fakultas Teknik membuka pintu menuju pengetahuan yang mendalam dan peluang karir yang cerah. Kami menyediakan beberapa fasilitas yang dapat meningkatkan pengalaman belajar yang luar biasa. Kampus kami adalah tempat di mana pendidikan bertemu dengan eksplorasi, di mana potensi bertemu dengan peluang. Kami bangga memiliki fasilitas-fasilitas ini untuk memastikan bahwa mahasiswa kami mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang tak terlupakan. Kami memiliki keunggulan utama dalam bidang agro and tak terlupakan ini untuk memastikan peluang. Kami bangga memiliki fasilitas-fasilitas ini untuk memastikan bahwa mahasiswa kami mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang tak terlupakan. Kami memiliki keunggulan utama dalam bidang agro and marine industry. Kami bekerja sama dengan banyak lembaga di seluruh Indonesia dan di tingkat internasional. Dari 7.400 alumni kami dari seluruh Indonesia, bergabunglah dengan kami di Universitas Teguh Umar, tempat di mana kita bersama-sama menyemai ilmu dan memetik kemakmuran. Selamat datang di Universitas Teguh Umar. Ini adalah tempat di mana semangat untuk belajar dan berkembang menggema. Kami bersahabat dengan semua bangsa. Sejak didirikan pada tahun 2006, Universitas Teguh Umar telah menjadi pilihan yang baik. Kami resmi menjadi universitas negeri pada tahun 2014 dan dengan bangga terakreditasi baik sekali dari BAN PT. Teguh Umar adalah kampus pertama di Indonesia yang memiliki sistem manajemen ruang yang terintegrasi dan menyatukan semua fakultas juga program studi dalam satu sistem. Konsep inovatif dapat berkembang di sini melalui kolaborasi pemikiran lintas disiplin. Kami merupakan pusat riset inovatif dan terkemuka yang memperoleh sertifikasi internasional ISO 9001 pada tahun 2019 dalam kualitas sistem manajemen. Fakultas atau disiplin ilmu kami seperti Fakultas Perikanan dan Ilmu Kelautan, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat, dan Fakultas Teknik membuka pintu menuju pengetahuan yang mendalam dan peluang karir yang cerah. Kami menyediakan beberapa fasilitas yang dapat meningkatkan pengalaman belajar yang luar biasa. Kampus kami adalah tempat di mana pendidikan bertemu dengan eksplorasi, di mana potensi bertemu dengan peluang. Kami bangga memiliki fasilitas-fasilitas ini untuk memastikan bahwa mahasiswa kami mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang tak terlupakan. Kami memiliki keunggulan utama dalam bidang agro and marine industry. Kami bekerja sama dengan banyak lembaga di seluruh Indonesia dan di tingkat internasional. Dari 7.400 alumni kami dari seluruh Indonesia, bergabunglah dengan kami di Universitas Teguh Umar, tempat di mana kita bersama-sama menyemai ilmu dan memetik kemakmuran. Selamat datang di Universitas Teguh Umar. Ini adalah tempat di mana semangat untuk belajar dan berkembang menggema. Kami bersahabat dengan semua bangsa. Sejak didirikan pada tahun 2006, Universitas Teguh Umar telah menjadi pilihan yang baik. Kami resmi menjadi universitas negeri pada tahun 2014 dan dengan bangga terakreditasi baik sekali dari BAN PT. Teguh Umar adalah kampus pertama di Indonesia yang memiliki sistem manajemen ruang yang terintegrasi dan menyatukan semua fakultas juga program studi dalam satu sistem. Konsep inovatif dapat berkembang di sini melalui kolaborasi pemikiran lintas disiplin. Kami merupakan pusat riset inovatif dan terkemuka yang memperoleh sertifikasi internasional ISO 9001 pada tahun 2019 dalam kualitas sistem manajemen. Fakultas atau disiplin ilmu kami seperti Fakultas Perikanan dan Ilmu Kelautan, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat, dan Fakultas Teknik membuka pintu menuju pengetahuan yang mendalam dan peluang karir yang cerah. Kami menyediakan beberapa fasilitas yang dapat meningkatkan pengalaman belajar yang luar biasa. Kampus kami adalah tempat di mana pendidikan bertemu dengan eksplorasi, di mana potensi bertemu dengan peluang. Kami bangga memiliki fasilitas-fasilitas ini untuk memastikan bahwa mahasiswa kami mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang tak terlupakan. Kami memiliki keunggulan utama dalam bidang agro and marine industry. Kami bekerja sama dengan banyak lembaga di seluruh Indonesia dan di tingkat internasional. Dari 7.400 alumni kami dari seluruh Indonesia, bergabunglah dengan kami di Universitas Teguh Umar, tempat di mana kita bersama-sama menyemai ilmu dan memetik kemakmuran. Selamat datang di Universitas Teguh Umar. Ini adalah tempat di mana semangat untuk belajar dan berkembang menggema. Kami bersahabat dengan semua bangsa. Sejak didirikan pada tahun 2006, Universitas Teguh Umar telah menjadi pilihan yang baik. Kami resmi menjadi universitas negeri pada tahun 2014 dan dengan bangga terakreditasi baik sekali dari BAN PT. Teguh Umar adalah kampus pertama di Indonesia yang memiliki sistem manajemen ruang yang terintegrasi dan menyatukan semua fakultas juga program studi dalam satu sistem. Konsep inovatif dapat berkembang di sini melalui kolaborasi pemikiran lintas disiplin. Kami merupakan pusat riset inovatif dan terkemuka yang memperoleh sertifikasi internasional ISO 9001 pada tahun 2019 dalam kualitas sistem manajemen. Fakultas atau disiplin ilmu kami seperti Fakultas Perikanan dan Ilmu Kelautan, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat, dan Fakultas Teknik membuka pintu menuju pengetahuan yang mendalam dan peluang karir yang cerah. Kami menyediakan beberapa fasilitas yang dapat meningkatkan pengalaman belajar yang luar biasa. Kampus kami adalah tempat di mana pendidikan bertemu dengan eksplorasi, di mana potensi bertemu dengan peluang. Kami bangga memiliki fasilitas-fasilitas ini untuk memastikan bahwa mahasiswa kami mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang tak terlupakan. Kami memiliki keunggulan utama dalam bidang agro and marine industry. Kami bekerja sama dengan banyak lembaga di seluruh Indonesia dan di tingkat internasional. Dari 7.400 alumni kami dari seluruh Indonesia, bergabunglah dengan kami di Universitas Teguh Umar, tempat di mana kita bersama-sama menyemai ilmu dan memetik kemakmuran. Selamat datang di Universitas Teguh Umar. Ini adalah tempat di mana semangat untuk belajar
Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw near to the conclusion of IST 2023, it is my privilege to guide you through the closing segment of this remarkable conference. Over the past days, we have witnessed the power of knowledge, collaboration, and innovation. We've explored new frontiers, shared insights, and connected with like-minded individuals from around the world. IST 2023 has been a platform for intellectual growth, and it's now time to reflect on the collective wisdom we've gained. As we approach the closing ceremony, I encourage you to cherish the moments, the connections, and the knowledge you've acquired during this event. Let us conclude IST 2023 on a high note, carrying forward the inspiration and ideas we've encountered. Thank you for being a part of this conference, and stay with us as we proceed to our closing ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, our closing ceremony is graced by a highly respected figure who has been instrumental in the success of IST 2023. It is with great pleasure that I introduce the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering at Universitas Teguh Umar, Dr. Insinyur Irwansyah. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to Dr. Insinyur Irwansyah as he delivers the closing speech for IST 2023. Dr. Insinyur Irwansyah, the stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hamdan syukran lillahi salawatan wa salam ala Muhammadin Nabi Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallim. Today, I would like to say from the beginning, we already start this conference, the first conference, International Conference on Applied Engineering, Science, Technology, and Innovation. This one is the first conference that held by Faculty of Engineering, University of Teguh Umar. So there are 24 papers, there are 24 authors that have been presented the joyful of their research, the fruitfulness of their research. So within these events, actually we would like to join the collaborations we engage the connections between and among of university, even in Indonesia or around the world. Many things for today, we already have been finished within 8 hours. Many sharings, many discussions. At least we already done many. At the end of this day, I would like to say thanks and grateful for all of the presenters, all of the authors, and all of the organizing committee that have been put the best effort to success this kind of the international conference. Hopefully, we in this first international conference, AST 2023, many experience, many something that we have to learn, especially for the organizing committee. If we found some the problem in terms of the technical problem, I am as the representative of the Faculty Engineering, University of Teguh Umar, I would like to say very, very sorry. But at least the organizing committee already work hard and thinking within, I think, more than 3 months, they provide this one. Once again, big applause for all of the participants, authors, and the organizing committee. Lastly, actually, we already tired. So many we have done. I suggest all of the authors should be joined in the second International Conference on Applied Engineering, Science, Technology, and Innovations in 2024. So thank you and congratulations for all of the authors that already published and presented their work. Once again, at the end of this one, may we pray to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, what we have done, it should be as a part of our ibadah, as our human being. With this time, I would like to say, before I closing this one, by saying Alhamdulillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the final segment of our closing ceremony, it's time to recognize and celebrate excellence. We are about to announce the best presenter for IST 2023, an individual whose dedication and contribution stood out among the many talented participants. And I'm pleased to invite the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering at Universitas Teguh Umar, Dr. Insinyur Irwansyah, to join us on the stage, along with the chair of the AST 2023 committee, to present the award to our deserving best presenters. Please join me in a round of applause as we acknowledge this remarkable achievement and invite Dr. Insinyur Irwansyah and Dr. Isyatur Razia to present the well-deserved recognition. And the best presenters of IST 2023 goes to Nabila Fona. Miss Nabila Fona from Universitas Malikus Saleh. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude this remarkable event, it is only fitting that we capture the spirit of unity and collaboration that has defined IST 2023. I invite you, all of you, to join us for a group photograph, a memorable moment that will encapsulate the shared experience and connections we formed during during today. Our official photographers are ready to capture this moment. Please feel free to smile and be part of this wonderful group photograph that will serve as a memento of this incredible gathering. Thank you for your cooperation and let's capture this moment together. Kepada Bapak Ibu, mungkin kita maju ke depan aja ya untuk foto bersama. Soalnya tanpa kalian juga acara ini nggak terlaksana. Ayo adik-adik mahasiswa. Geser ke sebelah sini lagi. Adik mahasiswa geser ke sebelah sini lagi.
Yuk panitia.
Panitia, Bu Fitri, Bu Kasmawati. Ayo semua. Ya. Enggak dapat. Udah? Enggak, nampak Pak. Nampak Pak.
Yang belakang saya kelihatan.
Nampak. Oke, dihitung ya. 1. Okay. Yeah. See you in IST 2022. In second IST 2024.
Enggak, itu apa goyang-goyang gini aja. Oke. Ya, yang kedua Pak. Ya, ready kamera ini videonya.
See you in second IST 2024. See you. Oh, mahasiswa.
Yang
kata-katanya
see you second IST
see you second IST
2024. Oke ya, next kita ulang satu kali lagi ya. Ketika selesai diucapkan see you second IST 2024. See you. Oke Pak, ready? Okay. See you in second IST 2024. See you. Okay, thank you so much.